Welcome into day 3 of Tokyo 2020, the Paralympic Games. Well, the venue is the Yoyogi National Stadium, a venue that was originally built for the 1964 Olympic Games staged here in Tokyo. And this and the adjoining building, well, they were originally used for the sports of swimming and volleyball. 57 years later, it plays host to mixed wheelchair rugby, sport that was officially recognised at the Paralympics in Sydney back in 2000. And what a game we have in store for you. A must-win game, a Group A game featuring Denmark and France. Settle back, enjoy all of this. This is going to be an absolute cracker.
We got a European head-to-head. These two know each other so well from their time on the European circuit, but the stakes have never been higher. Looking at Group A there, you can see anybody can go through. Australia, Denmark, France, all in the mix, and not to mention the host, Japan.
And we will have the introduction of the two teams, and then we will explain the mathematical equation required. And I tell you what, I wish I'd stayed in school because it is a little bit complex, but the reality is if both teams wish to progress, they need to win here this morning. It will come down to the match later on today between Australia and Japan as we have a look at our two officials today. So we've got Kristen Hempfling and Josh Kearns of the United States. The officiating has been simply superb so far. Now time for the introduction of the two teams.
So here come Denmark, who rocked the Yoyogi on day one with an extraordinary upset of the Olympic gold medal champions Australia. They since went on to lose to the host Japan, but progress is within range for them. They're led out by their captain, Jørgensen, who is part of a triumvirate with Sebastian Fredriksson and Mark Peters, who offers so much spearheading the Danish attack. And right there, that's Sophie Skalbo. Known for her tactical now, she's one of only 4 women to be playing in this Paralympics in the unique mixed sport of wheelchair rugby.
Yeah, wonderful acknowledgement too. Great camaraderie, an emerging power. Team that, well, historically, France have had the measure of. As we just confirm those 12 players. But form doesn't mean too much when you get to the Paralympics. Jason Regier, their coach, a lot of pressure on both coaches. The decisions that need to be made under pressure. Well, Denmark will come up against the French, and when you associate the word rugby with the French, one term comes to mind, and that is flair.
And boy, have they delivered it in spades. It's been fluent from the French, and they have been led by that man, their captain, Jonathan Yvenard. He's one of 3 of France's 32-minute men. Cedric Nankin wheeling out right there. He's one of them. And let's not forget about Corentin Le Guin. All 3 of these guys haven't missed a second on court, and they will be absolutely instrumental to France's hopes of overcoming Denmark and putting them in the frame to qualify for the semi-finals.
And with the closeness of these teams, you do just wonder about recovery. Which team has recovered the most in the last 12, 13 hours? And there we go. So Japan, Australia, game to come a little bit later on. We do just confirm that. So Yvenard, the captain, the playmaker, the maestro. Boy, so many metaphors, so many adjectives to describe the French captain. Cedric Nankin, well, the big man who will look to intimidate early, brings a real physical presence. As Oliver Cousin, the coach, acknowledges the small but very vocal crowd. Now the playing of the national anthems of Denmark and France.
Ladies and gentlemen, the anthem of Denmark.
それでははじめにデンマーク国歌の演奏です。
anthem of France.
続いてフランス国歌の演奏。
Oh, very emotional moments for both teams. It's been 5 years in the waiting for these warriors in one of the most gladiatorial sports. So much up for grabs in this game. It is a tough pull. Japan, Australia, Denmark and France. Japan have gone through. The other three, well, it'll depend on what happens today as we look at that Denmark lineup. Very solid, very consistent starting lineup for the Danish.
And the remainder of their bench will bring firepower. Count on that. Mark Peters, he's a man to keep your eye on. 43 tries so far and crucially 3 steals across the tournament. And Quelle Surprise, the French go with Nankin, Salagui, Ivana and Le Guin. 3 of the 32-minute men right in there. And Salagui has done his job remarkably well. There are fresh men on the French bench. They haven't seen many minutes. They're going to be hungry to have an influence on this tie.
Okay, let's look at the mathematical equation. What these teams need to do, if in fact they are to try and qualify for the medal rounds, be one of the 2 top teams out of this pool, knowing Japan have already gone through.
So, if you're trying to wrap your head around the machinations of that table, you can put your abacus, you can put your calculator away, because I've done the algebra, and I'll keep it as simple as possible. Denmark must beat France, and Australia must lose for them to progress. France, meanwhile, must beat Denmark by 2 or more tries and for Australia to lose. Either way, both of these teams, I wouldn't be surprised if they're wearing a Japan supporters jersey underneath their own team staff today.
Now, if you go back through head-to-head clashes between these 2 countries, France clearly dominate. But nobody picked Denmark to come out and beat the 2-time defending Paralympic champions in Australia. This is a different Danish lineup.
Well, Denmark have only triumphed once against France in the last 9 meetings, but one of those was in the European Championships in 2019 with Paralympic qualification on the line in the semi-finals. So when the big games come, the Danes turn up, but this has been an inspired French outfit all tournament.
So expect to see this fast and physical early. Then with the tip off, and first possession, well, out of bounds. So it'll go the way of the French. Both sides will just be wanting to settle early. Got to control those emotions. Discipline is so important. It'll be Le Guin who will get play back underway. Immediately goes across to Salagui. And it is France. Got the player across. Beautifully done. Great interplay between French. Good defence though, still coming from the Danes, but the finish, France do get the job done.
We'll get used to that vision. Jonathan Ivana, the French captain, that's France's 100th try of the Paralympics. That man has scored 61 of them.
Just look at down here, off the ball. The defence from the French, the way they're setting themselves up. Don't underestimate the influence players have off the ball in terms of zone-type defence. Taking marquee players out. You can see Leon Jurgensen there. He just cannot escape his 2 defenders, but the job gets done by Sebastian Fredriksson in the number 10. And so it is a try each early on in this Group A game.
And you speak about marquee players, and that's about classification. Each of these players are classified based on their functional ability. That man there, even now, he is a high classification player. He has high functional ability. And each of these players, when there's 4 of them on the court, they cannot amount to more than 8 points in terms of their classification. So Ivana, he's a 3. He's on there with Le Guin, who's a 0.5. Nankin is a 1.5. And the final member on the team, Salagi, is a 3. So they're up to 8. If there's a female on the court, then the score can go up to 8.5.
You'll see a lot of stoppages here too for equipment such as the physicality or the gladiatorial nature of the sport. So it's France leading 2 tries to 1. Denmark, though, wanting to try and even things back up through Fredriksson. Key playmaker, look at the power and the speed there. Just beats his 2 players on the outside and does it comfortably.
Going to be really interesting to see the energy that Fredriksson and the captain Jørgensen bring to the court today. Fredriksson, a more muted performance than his opener against Australia the other day, and Jørgensen used sparingly, if in truth, but starting here and bringing great energy and putting the French under pressure in their own half of the court.
Yeah, plenty of pressure. Got 12 seconds to get the ball into the second half of the court. We just have a look here. Plenty of niggle going on. Bang! And it's not for the faint-hearted, but it is a beautiful thing to watch. A little bit of niggle early. Salagi, he picked up a little bit of a knock to the eye last night when they were beaten eventually by Australia in a very closely fought contest, but bounced back and Ivana again. The man is a magician. Skits is on the outside again, Fredriksson.
Or for him to pick them out with his great variety and range of passing.
I think what excites me most about this, very similar styles of play. Where we saw in the previous game in Pool A, France versus Australia, it was very much sort of physicality of Australia and the finesse perhaps of the French, but both sides here play with a lot of freedom, a lot of speed, and rely heavily on their playmakers, speaking of which. Fredriksson again, too good, too classy.
That is a great try from Fredriksson. It's in spite of the fantastic work that Nankin was doing in the middle there. He managed to jam up Jørgensen, the other high category player for Denmark. And that's the job of these lower category players. You'll be able to identify them by the differential in chairs that they have. But if a low category player can snare up one of the opposition high category players, it creates a classification mismatch on the court.
Yeah, and there will be method to the madness out there on court. Sometimes it can look a little bit scrambled and you can't quite pick it up, but trust me, there is a structure to what they are trying to do. Another very good pass this time. Salagi, the try scorer. Great assist. And now the long ball. So Denmark, the Hail Mary, the big quarterback pass. Fredriksson, well, he must almost be in double digits. Well, not quite. Maybe that's an exaggeration, but
you really should have studied harder at school.
Oh, I should have.
Really should have studied harder.
But it's just
every
time he touches the ball, he seems to score. Such is the pace of this game so far.
Well, you're not wrong in that fact, because he's just notched up a half century of tries across this Paralympics in Tokyo. This guy passed a half century ages ago.
Ivana.
60 before this game started, and already going about his business with speed, dexterity, but also guile as well. You see him looking to try and find the avenue, but the Danes have done so well to jam him up.
Yeah.
The transfer to Nankin is fumbled, and you can see the reaction from the Danish bench, how important that big turnover is early.
Well, Jesper Kruger, the number 8 there, what a magnificent job he did on defence initially. Just have a look here. Bang! Just gets that chair behind Ivana, and then the pressure, and probably the first mistake I think we've seen from Evenaar in this tournament so far.
Oh, he does so well to almost wrestle back control of the possession. He knows how close that was. And for the French, steals have been coming at a premium. They've got the fewest steals in the whole competition, just 2. And that's really been their Achilles heel. But the Danes, they've been turned over 13 times. Nobody's been turned over more other than the New Zealanders.
So Sophie Scubu comes on. And so she'll bring a different dynamic. See what the thinking is here for Denmark. Why the change? Because it's come early. Now look at him, Evenaar now. Just weaves, shows and goes, straight down the middle, straight down Broadway. And the great Frenchman gives them a 1-try advantage, 6-5 to France. Then now look at Evenaar looking to try and go back. Moving across the court. Fredriksson. Denmark finds himself isolated, looking for support. Now starts to find it. Good pass, great vision.
And Scalbo coming across and making things awkward for Evenaar. He sensed the danger behind him, turned to try and neutralise it, but Scalbo was in to jam up his wheels.
So tied up at 6. Now, looking to just go wide. Oh, manages it beautifully. Just skittles Scalbo on the outside. Too easy for the French. That is sometimes the advantage you have. You've got that speed. We're now starting to get gladiatorial, isn't it? Well, Denmark finding this effective and just manages to get a hand to it. What do the judges say? Yes, they do, the referees, yep. And so it is awarded. Yeah, not much in it, is there? Fine lines, small margins. Look at Nankin there, big Frenchman. Back there, the back court. And again, Evenaar. Now, he will look. In fact, it is Salagui, number 13 for France. And straight across this time to Evenaar. And watch that combination slowly build as we get into this game between Salagui and Evenaar. Very effective combination, and this game is very much about getting those combinations going.
Interesting to see the way that Denmark are managing Evenaar and Salagui. For me, this is the most problematic they've found attacking thus far in this Paralympics, and that must be born out of the fact that these two teams know each other very well. They played each other earlier in the year in the Quad Nations in Great Britain. France came out on top, but as he said, the Danes are a team reborn. But France, they've been so close to beating Japan and Australia. They are desperate for a win, and they're desperate to continue this Paralympic medal journey.
Well, more changes being made, so we've got Kruger back on in the number 8, and also Mark Peters coming on, 38 years of age. So we've seen Mom depart. Interesting, the tactics there of this rolling bench for Denmark, where France, well, they're relying on their marquee players, their established lineup. They know how important it is, and that lead now 9-7, so that is a key moment. 9-7. Okay, so we might have somebody in that penalty box. We do. So it is France in the penalty box, which means they are down to 3.
Very unusual to see a Frenchman in the penalty box. As I said, they've been pretty squeaky clean for the entirety of the Paralympics. And with that man, Le Guin, in the box, it means it's a 3-on-5 out there for either 60 seconds or until a Dane like Fredriksson wheels across and scores a try.
Fredriksson here, good little battle with Salagui. It is Salagui who will come away with it. France with that 1-goal advantage, trying to just establish that 2-goal buffer. This is significant early on in this game, so much at stake. Evenaar been manhandled here. brilliantly by the Danes. Can he get on the outside? He manages to find that space. Smart player looking now. Finds, but good defence again from Denmark. And, oh, brilliant defence. Brilliant blocking there from Nankin, the big man from France. Took the defender out of play, opened the door, and this man, Salagay, walked straight through it.
I think you can applaud both sides there. The composure and the patience of France to unlock the problems that Denmark were posing in defence, but Denmark doing a great job of halting France in their stride. They're one of the fastest counter-attacking teams in this competition, but they're being asked different questions defensively than they have done against Japan and Australia.
Yeah, and that's been one of the biggest challenges for a lot of teams in this COVID era. Not a lot of tournament play, not a lot of history. You don't get a chance to go back and look at tapes from previous tournaments and try and work out defensive structures. That is the challenge for all these sides. Oh, brilliant again, Salagay. Boy, takes you back to some of the great French players that have played the 15-man game, the likes of Philippe Salah over the years.
Well, Salagay, Le Guin and even hailing from one of the finest French regions when it comes to rugby. All three men from Toulouse, the current top 14 and European champions in rugby union. So no doubt inspired by some of the moves of the likes of Cheslin Colby and co, who were tearing it up for them this season.
And there we go, Frederiksen again. So still that 1-goal margin, but it is France who will have possession here. Do not underestimate a 2-goal buffer and how tough that is to overcome. It's almost like being broken in tennis. Having your serve broken, you're going to find yourself on the back foot. And France will also be doing the maths in their head, trying to slow things down so that they don't give Denmark an opportunity to score, and this is a great example of it. They'll say, look, we'll run that shot clock down. Still got 20 seconds here. Got to be careful, though. This is a very good defensive outfit. Oh, great blocking again. We just look at Salagay there in the middle. He just took out Frederiksen, and that, again, opened the door. And even well, just touchdown for the try.
That is really savvy clock management from the French, because there's going to be time for a Danish score, but there will be time for France to launch one more attack. And if they can end this quarter with a 2-try cushion and then have possession starting the second, that begins to open up what may not seem a chasm to the unlearned, but 3 tries in wheelchair rugby. That's a cushy cushion.
Well, if you go through the previous pool games, most of them have only been won by 1 or 2 tries, so it is really important, very strategic now. So Salagay in possession, gets met by some ferocious tackling. Evanat happy to sit back, survey his options. Frederiksen will come across and put a little bit of pressure, but look at Nankin there. Look at Nankin just looking to try and take him out, and again, Nankin does a great job. Little step, little shimmy, brilliant, brilliant.
Well, no try called when Evanat looked for all money to be crossing the line there.
And interesting too now that we've got Scalbo in the penalty box. So this is fascinating that no try is given, and yet it is the Danish player who ends up in that penalty box. So,
I mean, if you were French, you would have said, we'll take that try, thanks very much. And because of the way they've wound down the clock, they've only got 2.2 seconds to squirm across the line, but they give it to the master of the clock, their captain, Jonathan Evanat, and that is excellent play from France right at the death of this quarter.
And immediately the French, well, they retreated back thinking the Hail Mary might come, so it's been a very good quarter for France, a must-win game for them. They lead at the end of the first quarter, 13 points to 11, in a fast, furious encounter between two of Europe's finest.
Well, France are going to be delighted with that opening quarter. This is the most handsome margin with which they've led in any contest throughout their first 3 games at the Paralympics, and they're doing it when it counts against a Denmark who are still riding high off that Australia win. France know what they have to do. They have to win by 2 points or more. They've got that cushion at the moment, but their focus will be primarily on dispatching this Denmark before looking at points difference.
Wonderful images from centre court at the Yogi National Stadium, a Pool A game, wheelchair rugby. Must-win game for both sides to keep their chances alive in terms of qualifying for the medal rounds. They're grouped with Australia and Japan, who will take the court following this game. Japan having already qualified with a very, very big mathematical equation determining how it might play out depending on the different results. We will reinforce that for you throughout the game. Just remind you of the different scenarios that could potentially play out here for both teams. But it is France who have that all-important 2-point buffer. Denmark need the turnover. They need to apply a huge amount of pressure here to get themselves back into this game. And people might say, yeah, but it's only 13-11. But as we've pointed out, 2 points, 2 tries is a lot.
Well, what's significant that has happened in that first quarter break is that France have brought on Mathieu Thirier, who is only the 6th member of their squad who they've deployed in this Paralympics. He's making his Paralympic debut. So these are his first minutes, the 32-year-old from near Lyon. And they've thrown him into the cauldron of a European derby with Denmark notching the first try of the second quarter.
And Kurt Busk has come on for Denmark, who will act in a defensive role. Busk, you see him back there at the moment, working all over Evan 8, but Evan 8 manages to break clear, and they'll be looking for Evan 8. This is starting to get a little bit niggly. This is the type of defence I think Denmark now need to bring. They need to get up in the face here if the French try and force that turnover. But the downside is you can find yourself sitting in that penalty box by being just a little bit too overzealous. I think we've got both players now in the penalty box. So both teams down to 3 players each. So it is economies of scale still. In fact, France with their full contingent of 4.
And you'll see here Denmark not even trying to challenge the French as they cross the line. So the French will try and wind down as much of the clock as they like. But the incentive for the Danes to not challenge the French is that if they were to give away a penalty try in trying to defend the French, then Mark Peters wouldn't be released from the penalty box. But as it is, even our Kosa cross, unmarshalled, Peters comes back into the court. The French try and block him, but then Peters is nominated for the inbound, so he gets to come all the way back to the baseline, and he's back in the game.
Well, even he see the conversation too. He's not afraid of a little bit of niggle. What we affectionately call in sport sometimes a little bit of sledging going on. That's all part of the psychology. Great defence from the French there. Good in, doing a good job. And that is good from France. We talk about pressure, and we talked about it in the games here on day 2, that if you want to win this gold medal, you've got to be defensively sound first and foremost. You've got to build your team around your defence.
Yeah, wheelchair rugby really is won and lost in the moments of where you build pressure. You build the pressure, you force the turnovers, you get the steals, you build the lead. you're almost expected to score every time you have the possession. So the emphasis really is on creating that pressure, forcing teams into timeouts, trying to dispossess them, and then scoring against the head.
So Kurt Busk, the number 7 for Denmark. And he immediately goes and finds Peters, the big man. And Peters will go down and bring it back to within one, 14-13. But it is France who have the ball. Denmark need to somehow stop them from scoring, turn possession over.
So, a minor warning for the Danes, contact before the whistle.
So Evenart up this right-hand side, plenty of space, but now the block comes across from Peters. Evenart happy to bring it back, switches play, comes back on the left-hand side now, goes straight up through the middle. Can they stop him? No, they can't. Too much power, too much speed from the Midas touch of the great Frenchman. Oh, look at Evenart.
Just working the arms. He's like any great speedster that you don't quite realise how fast he's travelling until he's gone and past you.
Will be. Oh, good hit coming, but he gets out of it nicely. Fredriksson does the old little 360 pirouette. And again, opens it up. Peters and the number 11 for Denmark. But good defence from France. Look at the pressure coming from Evenat now defensively. Alongside of it, Thiriet on debut, as you mentioned. But they managed to come around the other side, find some space. And Sebastian Fredriksson says to Evenat, well, anything you can do, I can do. Game on, 15-14.
Good impacts from Thiriet thus far. He's got, you know, a huge chair to fill in the shape of Le Guin. I mentioned before, he hasn't missed a second up until this point, but acquitting himself so well on his Paralympic debut. And again, just being a nuisance in the middle and freeing up Verdun to glide across for another try.
They've certainly got depth on the bench, the French, haven't they? It's not just the
Well,
depth, they just have this ability too to just such cohesion between this team when the changes are made. And I guess that's the thing, when you're not using as many players, you can build those combinations. Well, good play here from Peters. He's a big man, but Evenat, that man, comes back across in defence. Two of them now in real trouble here. We talk about this. Is this another defining moment? What do they do? The referees come in. Oh, somehow Denmark get out of that one. Boy, how good were the French?
But how well did Peters do? He had a swarm of French jerseys around him, and he did incredibly well. He got a bounce and a dribble to give him 10 more seconds, and then finding Fredriksson. Wow.
Interesting that Denmark there in that moment didn't take a timeout. They felt they still were in control. We're giving you an idea of just the urgency, the mobility and speed of this French team. Evenat again. Oh, lovely. Drew the two defenders across, opened up room on the outside. And again, Verdun and the number 33 scores another try, his second of this game. Still advantage France, that 2-try buffer.
There really is a fluidity, a serenity to the manner in which both these teams are moving themselves and the ball around the court. It's pass, it's move, it's finding space. It's a joy to watch at the moment.
Oh, plenty of speed. It's just an absolutely wonderful game. It's funny, isn't it? You look at Fredriksson and his explosive ability. You look at Evenat, and you go back to rugby, the 15-man game, rugby union. There's been some great players over the years. A New Zealander by the name of Christian Cullen, who was just dynamic. And players used to say, you knew it was coming, but you still didn't know how to stop it. And I think you can apply that to both those players. You know how good he is. You think you can stop it, but he still finds a way.
Well, another man who's on court now for France, who's jamming up Peters there, is Jordan Ducret.
Oh.
His first minutes of any Paralympics, and making room for his captain to notch up unlucky number 13 for the Danes.
Evenat again, though. Evenat, and straight back to Peters. Big man Peters looking to try and beat his player on the outside. Too much power. And he gets past Verdun. He's a big man, but they need him on defence, Peters. He needs to make an impact. Needs that big hit that possibly can dislodge the ball, turn possession over.
We saw some seismic collisions on day 2 at the Yoyogi. Yet to quite get the foundation shaking just yet, but with big lumps like Peters out there and the Parisian roadblock of Cedric Nankin, you can bet your bottom dollar that sparks will be flying at some stage in this encounter.
So even looking, opening, hoping, pass. This time the turnover does come the way of Denmark, does it? They'll fight for this one. Is this the turning moment? This gives them the opportunity, does it? That is brilliant, brilliant from Denmark. Great pressure, and Peters rises to the occasion, and suddenly we're tied up at 18 each.
A puff of the cheeks. He was travelling, Mark Peters, but he was driven on by the desire with the knowledge of how crucial that turnover is.
Well, they've pulled it back. They have pulled it back. Suddenly, it is 18 points each. And this defence from Denmark looking a lot more sound. But the Midas, the magician, even finds another way through, 19-18. And now Denmark will do it comfortably at the other end of the court. I think everybody's just happy to have a little bit of a breather. Such has been the intensity, not just physically, but also mentally.
Emotionally as well. You can hear the vocalness from each replacements bench. The pressure in there. You think when you've got the defenders around you trying to steal the ball, but then you've got the voices of the opposition bench cheering them on, screaming at you. There's so much to discombobulate yourself there. It really is some atmosphere.
Yeah, again, now they're going to need to try and come across even up. Good defence here coming from Thomas Pate, the number 1, just covering that left-hand side of the court. Even are trying to come through the middle. There's no way through. Oh, they close the door on him. They jam it shut. And more pressure. But they get the pass away. Clock shot, 13 seconds left. And timeout called, is it?
Danish defensive pressure forcing the timeout.
Brilliant from Denmark. We talked, didn't we? We mentioned the importance of defence. Defence will win you these close games. And I'll tell you what, Denmark have made that adjustment. Suddenly the French not finding the little openings they were in the first quarter, and that is reflected in the score. They've overcome that 2-try deficit. Boy, a compelling game. So much at stake for both sides.
Well, Adrian Chalamin coming on for his first Paralympic minutes, hailing from the rugby heartland of Clermont-Ferrand in France.
Oh, you got to love it, don't you? You got to love it. Everyone loves a little bit of the argy-bargy. And I tell you what, some of these collisions, well, it just rings out here, the acoustics at the Yogi National Stadium. Now, what does Fredriksson do? Well, he just says, I'll go out to my right, cut back in on the left, straighten it back up and go straight down the middle.
You know, we talk about momentum a lot in sport, and you can see it apparent here that France are having to arm wrestle their way across the try line at the moment. Even Ivanar, who's been like a pixie, unable to catch him all competition, he's now trying to drive through all these chairs to get to the line, whereas Denmark, they get the ball into anyone's hands, they're flying down to the other end and scoring with ease, and that in itself is another form of pressure that the French have to deal with.
Don't underestimate, too, the amount of energy that these players are using, and when it comes down to those last 2-3 minutes in that final quarter, that could be the difference. That's when you start to make mistakes, is when you fatigue. I just love the job that Thomas Pate is doing across here on this left-hand side in the number 1. And again, they just shut him down. Brilliant again from Mark Peters, the big man, in the number 11. Good support also from Kurt Busk. And what are they saying here? Denmark loving this. France in trouble. France being put under real pressure. It's been a big momentum swing. How do they answer the questions being asked of them by the rising power that is Denmark? Timeout. No. Just some changes. So, France bringing on Salagi. And bringing back Nankin as well. So they feel they maybe need to meet physicality with physicality. Now they do have it open here across the left-hand side, but Nankin doing a good job. Look at the cover. Look at the cover that he's doing on Fredriksson.
Well, he's taken out Fredriksson and Peters in the same movement there. What a play from Nankin. Tell you what, even Salagi, I beg your pardon, owes Nankin a beer.
Well, that's it. There will be no love lost on the court, but afterwards, huge camaraderie. Now, Denmark go down the other end, and they're just doing it with a lot more ease. So, France, gripping, isn't it? You've probably had the best of the rivalry in the years between games, and then suddenly, when it matters most, Denmark put a squad and a team together that is simply remarkable. So, even at, still coming across, but it's tough to get through. The door being shut. Here they go again. I like the way that Peters is just almost faking, and now good pass. Turnover, is it? And let's have a look at the benches. Denmark, they're up, they're clapping. Have a look here. Oh, the pressure. The pressure. And Thomas Pay again.
He's been a handful since he's come on, hasn't he?
Well, he's just been a rock, hasn't he, on that left-hand side of the court, or his right-hand side. What a contest. The first quarter was so open. It was just so typical of both sides, fluent, fast. And now this has become defensive. This has become gladiatorial at the highest level. It is a beautiful thing.
Well, we must make mention of the introduction of Kurt Busk as well, the 54-year-old, oldest man in the Paralympic Games in wheelchair rugby. And that experience that's come on, that's seen a shift to the Danes, bringing a bit of wisdom on, a bit of ring craft from Busk, and it's definitely made a difference. Made his debut age 40. How about that?
Sophie Scalbo also on now. And here we go. They would have brought Scalbo on so that they do get that extra 0.5 of a point, and therefore can bring some mid-level players on in regards to their level of physical functionality. So, well, it feels eternity since anybody seems to have sort of scored, but it is Denmark 22-21. Now, again, look here. It's almost a zone defense initially from Denmark, and then they just close it, and it becomes a man-on-man. Oh, good speed again from Ivanar.
The confidence of Ivanar when he's in the key to not cross and just to drain the clock as much as he likes. And the guy has igloo ice running through his veins.
Well, it's interesting, isn't it? Because the great players know how to slow time down. They just seem to have that much more time. Denmark, can they try and score? They'd love to. They've got 5 seconds left on the clock. We see the big Hail Mary. We do. Is it going to be effective? Oh, so close, but we'll go into half-time. Denmark 22, France 22. Don't go away. This was billed to be a classic, and it's living up to it. What a game of wheelchair rugby on day 3 of Tokyo 2020, the Paralympic Games.
Well, this was billed as a clash of two European heavyweights, and with so much at stake for both of these sides, it's delivering in intensity, in quality, in desire to make those big plays. Denmark ruling the roost in the second quarter, winning that one 11-9, and there seemed to be a visible momentum swing.
Well, it was all done in defence as well. Look at Ivanar here. Well, I tell you what, wonderful highlights, weren't they? I think the defining thing in that is that wonderful montage was the demeanour of the French coach, Olivier Cousin, how quickly it can all change. From looking sort of relaxed to suddenly having that slight worried look on his face. As we now look at the match statistics, and well, fairly even.
Nothing to pick between these two on the scoreline, and nothing to pick as well around the statistics that really define the game. Turnovers 2 apiece, France up with the steals, but nothing to pick between these two with 2 quarters played.
And there we go, so the leading scorers, Fredrickson with 13 tries, even out with 15. And they've had some very good wingmen who have contributed as well, but do not underestimate the defence from the likes of Thomas Pate in the number 1. Well, don't go away. There is a second half to come. So this is going to go to the wire. It is day 3, Tokyo 2020, the Paralympics. The venue is the Yogi National Stadium. This is a Group A game between France and Denmark. Well, just under 2 minutes until we get underway in the second half of this Pool A game between the might of France and the rising power that is Denmark. It's been a compelling first 24 minutes. A first half that has seen both teams with 22 tries each. It's been different styles through the first two quarters. First quarter very much open. The second quarter, well, defence has played a big part, and it's an area where Denmark have been dominant, coming back from a 2-try deficit to square it all up. So much up for grabs, and we will just give you that scenario again of what France must do in this game if they've got any chance of progressing through to the medal round, and what Denmark need to do, knowing that Japan are already through in their group and Japan play Australia after this match.
Well, it took some calculating and it took a few heads bashing together, including some of the technical officials courtside here. But as it stands, France must beat Denmark by 2 or more, and Australia must lose for France to progress. But if Denmark win by any margin and Australia lose, then they go through. So, plenty of play, plenty of tension, plenty of numbers to be juggling, as well as the wheelchair rugby ball out there. But hopefully someone's doing the maths on the sideline for both these sides, and they can focus on delivering what has been an incredible game so far. And we've still got 2 more quarters to go.
Yeah, to simplify it, both teams need to win.
Yeah.
So, and that is because this is the final pool play game for each of these teams. Denmark creating the big upset on day one, beating Australia, the 2-time Paralympic champions who hadn't been beaten in 13 years. And so we immediately see play get back underway, and it will be France who score early. That is through Adrien Schalman.
First try of the Paralympics for Schalman. And Denmark now, their opportunity to build from their backcourt. And we're seeing a fresh high category combination working in sweet harmony. It's Jørgensen to Peters, both very, very similar in terms of identifying with the headbands, the black headbands.
Well, it's all part of the brand, isn't it? And therefore, is that also part of the psychology? Let's just see if we can confuse the opposition a little bit.
Well, Peters in the black arm wraps, Jørgensen in the red, but both being very, very busy in trying to restrict France to their half of the court.
But look at the physicality again here from Denmark. They're just starting this half the same way they ended the second quarter, and they do get the turnover. They have just been so brutal in defence, and that time it was Leon Jørgensen just not allowing the likes of Christophe Salagay any room. France, though, coming back themselves. But Peters manages to break free. Uses that power on the big frame to get the job done. And Denmark, it's been a long time since Denmark have led in this game.
And it's interesting to see how much Peters is being deployed. Fredriksson has been the main man for Denmark this Paralympics, but Peters was a tour de force in their victory against France in the European Championships in 2019, and Denmark have identified that he's the thorn in the side. What a big thorn he is, and he really is having a profound impact defensively and offensively.
Yeah, I just wonder too with the great Jonathan Evenart, they rely so heavily on him. Do they have that ability to play the team game if he is taken out, if in fact the defence becomes too good? They need to maybe look at just trying to change it up, switch it up offensively, because what they're doing at the moment is being shut down by Denmark. Another example of it. Look at them, just not allowing them any freedom. They do go long now. And Evenart, he needs help. He needs assistance. Some good blocking coming, weaving his way, but getting pushed. Looks to try and come across the other side. Does he have the power? He does manage to get through Kurt Busk. But still questions being asked of this French offence.
That is epic defence from Denmark. I know that France got across the line, but everywhere he turned there was a red jersey of a different number. Just like incredible the way they're coordinating themselves around the key and making it so hard for France's talisman, but that turnover is going to be massive.
Turnover for France. Well, key moment, just when the French were under pressure. They've just relieved a little bit of it now. Just have a look at this. Just never really got enough velocity on it. It was not on. The intent was right, but Verdun, well, he read it well. And now suddenly, momentum shift again. Denmark, again, slowing things down.
Wow, that was an extraordinary lapse of concentration from Jørgensen then. Really, it was nowhere near the player that he was looking to seek out, but as he said, credit to Verdun for picking it off so expertly.
So, what a contest. It is everything this game at the moment. The simplicity of that particular try being scored right there by Schelman.
Tell you what, he's enjoying himself since he's come on. He's been left unattended in the front court, and I think the defence of Denmark is forcing France to look beyond their captain as a scoring possibility, and that's probably healthy for the French at this stage.
Well, they have to, don't they? But have they got a plan B outside of Evenart? They've relied so heavily on him. But Denmark have adjusted. They made the adjustment in that second quarter defensively. Really, really good coaching from Jason Regier, their coach. But also the players have made the adjustment on the court. So we now see the French through Sebastien Verdun scoring 27-26, 5:31 remaining in the third. Pool A game between France and Denmark. Must win for both sides. Good defence this time from the French. Got to get out of court, and there you go. Great defence from France.
Well, how big has that turnover from Jørgensen's errant pass been? Because it's not only presented France with the opportunity to take the scoreboard initiative again, but now France are applying the pressure on Denmark in their backcourt. It's been all Denmark, all the Danish press, but now their backs to the wall. They're the ones taking the timeouts. They're the ones wondering, how are we going to get out and score?
Absolutely, and that is really, really clever coaching and really good player empowerment to make the shift, because you've been successful playing one way. It's so hard to say, you know what, we might just need to change things a little bit. It'll be Denmark who get play back underway through their big man Peters, power guy, but immediately see Verdun come across and pressure now going on them. He's looking, he's hoping. He's hoping. Great skills, lovely little pass. Boy, I tell you what, that is just brilliant wheelchair rugby. Wow. That is great vision, great athleticism, but did you see the size of the mitt on Mark Peters there? The hand on that ball, he was just manhandling it. So Verdun coming down. And nice bit of blocking there by Nankin, big Frenchman. And it's Evenart, in fact, who scores that try. Thought he might have been off court there for a little bit, but it's not a French team if Evenart's not on the court. Oh, plenty of bashing going on here. Boy, this is physical. This is tough. Physios, they're going to be busy later on today.
Chaos in the middle. Everyone going after each other, and that's kind of because of the introduction of Nankin. And what I really like about the French is their utilisation of their different weapons from the bench today. We've seen them use their 32-minute men in Nankin, Le Guen, and even out all tournament, but now we're seeing a bit more range. That means that guys like Nankin, even though he hasn't been off the court yet, have been able to come back with loads of energy, with loads of purpose, and really throw it about and get into the hard men like Peters, like Fredriksson.
And Denmark will realise that if they can shut Ivanar down, which they did really well in that second quarter, as we just see the Midas touch once again of Sebastian Fredriksson. He is a quality player, but look how composed he is too. He shows nothing, he gives nothing. You wouldn't want to be sitting across him at a poker table, would you? I think he'd bluff you all the way through to the finish line.
Well, I tell you what, he's got the French to thank for that, because Le Guen and Nankin actually took each other out. They laughed at each other when it happened. Doesn't happen too frequently, so they can have a giggle.
Now, good defence there once again from Pay. Just across there, anchored on that right-hand side, but the door opened up this time. So Denmark, they just need to go back to that defensive structure, get that concentration going, and just tighten up a little bit defensively. It worked so successfully in that second quarter, but the French just opening them up a little bit more at the start of this second half. Coming across though, this is going to be good defence here. Oh, great lay, great pass from Busk to Fredriksson. Fredriksson had the vision, realised that Busk might have been just in a little bit of trouble here. And look at that. Wonderful athleticism from Busk.
Instinctive play from Busk, the 0.5 category. He's out there primarily to do a defensive duty, but as we mentioned, he's the assistant coach for the Danish team, in fact. So to have that ringcraft, that nous on there, he finds himself in a more promoted position up court and just playing the pivot for the faster players like Fredriksson to run off.
Now, Ivanar trying to get his number on Fredriksson. Fredriksson, though, loving this little battle. He goes on the outside. Oh, this is good, though, from Sebastian Verdun.
Well, big smash, and it pumps Fredriksson out off the court, even as having a laugh and a cajole with the referees, because I think a timeout was called at right the artful point. Let's have a look.
Oh, I think he was out, though, wasn't he? We'll have to have a ruling on that. Did they get an opportunity? Some clarity, but no timeouts left. So just one for France, none for Denmark. So that's good French pressure. 31-30.
So the Danes do retain possession, but right Ivanar might be asking the question.
Another really good pass there from Busk. And so Buski really does give Denmark some options. But Ivanar coming up court. Oh, good defence coming now from the French. Beautifully worked. Oh, well done there from France. Nankin involved. And also Le Guen. Just really blocked the defender coming across. And allowed for plenty of real estate for the great Ivanar to go straight through and score. So still nothing in it. France, by our calculations, need to win this by 2. And then hope Australia lose this afternoon to Japan. Denmark, they just need to win.
Any win by Denmark. I think any win, really. And you've got to feel for France, who've been so close to the win all throughout this Paralympics so far. They've been in this position in every game. They've been within a minimum of 1 try right until halfway through the fourth quarter against Japan, against Australia.
Oh, they shut the door then, didn't they? They shut the door on Ivanar then. And they're coming back across the other side, and this time he manages to get in, but boy, that would have hurt. Have a look at this. They opened up the door and then they went bangs. Thank you. Meanwhile, at the other end, it is all Denmark. 33 tries each, 33 points all.
So coming into the final 2 minutes of this quarter, clock management going to become an issue for both of these teams, looking to be the last to score, with the next possession at the top of the fourth quarter on their minds. They've got to get out of their own key, France, at the moment. They're running out of time to pass the halfway threshold, but in the hands of Verdun, they've got a speedster to glide alongside Nankin, who's just going to bodyguard his way through. Goes and takes out Fredriksson, but excellent disruption from Pay, who's there again, trying to take out the French captain, but to no avail. We're seeing more power from Ivanat today than we have done in the previous two matches.
Well, he understands what's at stake here. He understands what is required, and he is a player who likes to lead from the front. He's been magnificent so far throughout this tournament. And now Denmark, just again, trying to control the pace of this game. 34 each. There was a point in this match where France did have a 2-try buffer, which can be very hard to overturn. If you have just joined us, it's often a bit like getting a break in serve and tennis, as we see more running repairs on the great Frenchman. How tired must Ivanat have been, because they played last night on day 2. It's been a pretty quick turnaround. Denmark, well, they probably had about 4 or 5 hours longer in terms of recovery. How will that play out when we get into the last quarter? Now, if it is tied up at the end of full time, we will go to 3 minutes of extra time, and so on until we do get a winner. And now, this is better defence here from Denmark, looking to just try and shut the door.
So penalty, a try awarded to the French. Nice and easy for them. They go back into the lead by a point. But Fredriksson is going to neutralise that in a matter of seconds.
Well, just straight up the middle, didn't he? Such an explosive athlete.
Classy looking player, isn't he, Fredriksson?
Yeah, it's just got that real sleek look about him. Not dissimilar to his opposite, Ivanat. Similar types of player. I don't rely on big bodies. More about subtlety. And as we talk about Ivanat, here he is. But this is good defence coming from Denmark. They're going to need to just shut that corner down. He walked straight through it. So, patient from Ivanat.
Tell you who did a fabulous job there was Verdun, just reversing into the path of that man, Sebastian Fredriksson, just as he was turning his attentions to Ivanat, but squeaking through the alleyway on the right-hand side.
Well, now they need to rely too now on big Mark Peters, not just in offence, but also in defence. This is Peters. He'll go the whole way.
He gets away from Nankin. Give the people what they want. We want to see those two head-on-head for a big shot.
Well, this is the danger when you don't score and try and run the clock down. You can find yourself in a bit of difficulty, and that shot clock, 3 seconds, 2 seconds. Mistake being made here. Oh, I think it is. So, well, maybe just been a little bit too clever, Denmark. Running that shot clock down. France getting back in numbers. And how important was that in the nature and defining moment in this game? Well, I'm speechless.
We saw the big man there receiving a bit of attention. Nankin coming off with an authoritative and knowing nod of, that was big, that was big. We see the dominance of Ivanat and Fredriksson in the scoring charts. And really, Peter's not contributing quite as many tries as you might have thought. He did spend a bit of time off on the third quarter, but it is all about this fourth. The fourth quarter is where it's gone awry for France in their last 2 games. They've fallen foul of turnovers, but it's them. It's them who need the steals. It's them who need to win by 2 points or more to stand them with any opportunity of progressing to the semi-finals.
Well, France, Denmark, a lot of talk going into this game about how close it would be. And neither team has given away too much. It's been a game that can probably be best summed up as just little shifts of momentum here and there. But both teams now have 8 minutes to try and get the job done. Denmark, they just need to win. France, well, they need to win by 2 and then hope Australia lose. And their clash against Japan, 36-35. It will be Denmark with possession. And Pate getting worked over. Good defence coming from the French. Even 8. Whistle goes, and boy, I tell you what, the French now. Big moment in this game. Big moment right there for the French. They will go now out to a 2-try buffer, 37-35. And it was off the defensive work of the try scorer, Even 8.
Well, the French taking the initiative early in the fourth quarter. They've had it done to them the last 2 times, so maybe they've learned from their opposition in the Australians and the Japanese, and that is significant. Only 9 seconds in, and look at the pressure they're putting the Danes under, and the explosion from the French bench. They know what it means.
Well, we talk about, and we've mentioned it, it's been a constant theme throughout this. It's all about defence. It's all about defensive pressure. And when we saw a momentum shift, it was Denmark who were applying the pressure defensively. France didn't seem to be able to react, and now it's the French who have come out and said this is going to be won in the backcourt. This is going to be won by being aggressive. And look at the change in demeanour from the French coach now to what we saw in the montage during the half-time break, where there wasn't much of a smile. In fact, it was more of a worried look. France here to really psychologically damage Denmark. If they can score now, and what a player to go to, Evenart, but immediately we see Fredriksson come across. They're going to need to concentrate here, Denmark. Everything's going to need to go into this, but the great magician, the maestro, scores on the left-hand side, and suddenly now it is 38-35, advantage France. Pressure on Australia, who are still to come.
Well, you don't have power plays in wheelchair rugby, but if you're going to isolate one moment in this match, it would be the 21 seconds to kick this fourth quarter off, and the way that the French have grabbed this tie by the scruff of the neck. Denmark, bring on the reinforcements. It's all hands to the pump if they're going to keep their medal dreams alive.
So Sophie Scobo, she is on court for Denmark. 38-36, but it's France in possession. To go round the outside, this is the brilliant Sebastian Verdun.
Hard to believe he's a rookie. The way he's expressed himself on the court all games.
And just look at the French here up the other end of the court. While Verdun is scoring, there's 3 players on Leon Jurgensen. Just looking to take him out of the game. As you can just have a look at that battle there at the top end. And in doing so, 2 defenders are drawn across, and that will open up the door. And just like that, Sebastian Fredriksson scores for Denmark to bring it back within 2. Just a warning there for Denmark.
Look at the energy in Nankin. Great play from Le Guin as well to keep Ivanat in the free, in the clear.
Well, Nankin just came across and took Leon Jurgensen out, who was looking to try and come across and make the block, or to use a rugby terminology, to make the tackle. Now, good defence here. France will look to try and squeeze them. They'll go long. And once this man gets the ball, he's got the ability and the explosive power to open up any side. And we're about to see that. Can he come in? Does the reinforcements now come out to his left-hand side? But he shows the little dummy and goes himself. And so 40-38, 6.5 minutes remain in the 4th.
The word you used for Fredriksson earlier, sleek. He's a sleek player, but now, 6.5 minutes ago, we want to see his grit. We want to see his mettle. Can he do it when the going is against him and France are in the mood?
Well, the difference is that we've seen Ivanat both on attack being sleek. Oh, plenty of argy-bargy. Got to make sure the frustration doesn't get the better of both sides. But we know how good Ivanat is on attack and defence. Now we've got to see, as you mentioned, from Fredriksson. Great that you can go up the other end and score by being sleek, but he's got to come back now. He's got to apply the pressure defensively on France.
Well, that's why they brought the captain Jurgensen on. He's going to get a try here. But the way that the French have approached the arrival of the Danish captain is that they brought it to his front door. They're not allowing him to boss it physically. You got Nankin all up in his grill, making it difficult, making it awkward, and bringing the physicality to the Danes.
They have to take out this man, Ivanat. They've got to take him out of the contest. They've got to find a way to do that. As with the great players, you know it's coming. Doesn't necessarily mean you know how to stop it. So 42-39. France at the moment, with this 3-point buffer, if the score was to remain the same, Australia were to lose to Japan, it would be the French who would go through, along with Japan, into those semi-finals. So just under 6 minutes remaining. Still plenty of time. Jason Regier, the Denmark coach, 46 years of age, was appointed in 2017. They were second at the 2019 European Champs, Denmark, so they've been very much on the cusp of a breakthrough performance. Can they find it today? Can they find it over the next 5.5 minutes or so? And this time, oh, good defence now, but they've got options. They need to get across, cover the far side. Great play from Skalbo. This is better from Denmark. Shot clock, 13 seconds. They look to try and shut him down, but oh, again. Zigzags here, zigzags there. Sleek. I've run out of superlatives, I've run out of adjectives to describe this man, because Ivanat, X Factor, might just be the difference.
Exquisitely timed pass and move from the Danes. Koromame Nilsson gliding across to draw them back to within 2, but I'm with you. What do you do about this guy, Ivanat? He never ever looks stressed, no matter how much pressure you put upon him. He can go through you, he can go round you, he can go and wiggle in between you.
But his difference today is what he's done on defence. He's been the catalyst in these key turnovers. And right at the start there, it was Thomas Pay who was given the ball for Denmark. And it was Ivanat who just came in, monstered him, and forced the turnover.
So the Danes down to 3. The new man coming on, and look at that discipline. We mentioned France being squeaky clean, and maybe there was a question mark as to whether that politeness on court was a hindrance to them affecting steals. But with the Danes spending so much time, down to 3 men, they're back to their full complement now. Certainly an issue for them, and that's why they find themselves 3 tries down and running out of time.
Well, 4.5 minutes almost, just over 4.5 minutes remain. And Denmark need to find that defence that has been so effective for them in that second quarter, where it really looked like it was Denmark who had rocked the French mentally, only for the French to use the half-time break to come out, make some adjustments themselves defensively, and then really, really turn up the heat and put it back on Denmark at the start of this fourth quarter, as another timeout is called.
Well, I tell you what, that could have been game, set, and match. What for one more ricochet in the favour of a blue jersey. France had applied all the pressure on Sophie Scalbo, and they did get a hand to it, but fortuitously for the Danes, for their medal hopes, it bounced into red hands.
So they need to shut this down, somehow force the turnover, but how do you stop Evenaar? Great to see that Fredriksson is back, but what you then saw is Sebastian Verdun come up. That just put a bit of doubt in the minds of the defence for Denmark, and it was a little bit of a show and go, and it was Evenaar who scored again. So whistle warning against the French. I don't think they'll be overly concerned by that. But now Denmark are starting to run out of time. Need to score quickly. They need to bring their big men in. They need to get Jurgensen, and if not Jurgensen, they need to get Thomas Pay, who's been rock solid in defence, back on court, and Mark Peters, man in the number 11, because when they had that line-up on court, they were almost an impenetrable wall.
Busquets' chair receiving some attention. Le Guin sets Verdun free, and Verdun will go inside in the... Oh.
Just got the pass off in time, didn't he?
Going to say the length. He managed to squeeze the pass away. And I've just been looking at the way the French have been operating around the court, as we see again, Peters trying to stress an error from Verdun, but the French too good at the moment. The way that Verdun compliments his captain. But then Nankin, look at him. Look at what a nuisance he is there. For a low category player to be this prominent makes him so valuable for the French in the middle.
Yeah, and he wasn't at his best yesterday, was he, Nankin?
Subdued.
In that loss to the Australians. He was brilliant the day earlier, but he stepped up today, and the Nankin, the reputation that everybody's come to expect from him, well, he's lived up to that billing today. Now, chance here, is it? Chance for Denmark. So, Denmark get possession. They've got a chance here to bring it back within 1. This is not necessarily good news for France. They'll still potentially have the 2-point buffer. Timeout being called by the French. So Denmark, we've got a sneaky feeling there's still another chapter yet to be written in this game.
You've clearly watched wheelchair rugby before. Long old time, 3 minutes and 42 in this game. And when you come to the fourth quarter, you might as well amplify that by 10. Pressure mounting, huge plays.
And fatigue. Don't underestimate fatigue. When you're tired, you lose concentration. And in this game, that just means you might not put quite the same weight on a certain pass, and before you know it, you turn it over. Remember, France need to win by 2 and then hope Australia get beaten by Japan in the game following this for them to go through to the medal rounds. Denmark, well, they need to win, and then again, so hope that Australia lose to Japan. Japan have gone through, the host nation, the world champions, in a very, very tough group. Now, good defence again, this time from Verdun. And good little swivel, turn, pivot, another try. So 46-45, 3 minutes 20. How do France now play this? They'll want to play with a little bit of freedom. They'll want to get, I would have thought, plenty of court coverage. Don't want this to be too tight. Need to be able to break clear of the Danish defence, play a little bit more open, and therefore not be forced to make the turnover.
Well, they'll welcome the easy tries like that because it gives them time to coordinate themselves, to focus on their defensive efforts, which is where this game is going to be won and lost in terms of turnovers and steals. They do a decent job of trying to lock up Peters. We got a minor wipeout on court while Fredriksson narrows the gap to 1.
Ivanar, is it? Yes, it is. The great man.
Looks awkward. I'm sure he's going to be fine. We've seen him down before, and he'll probably come up grinning like a Cheshire cat as well, because while he's all finesse, we've seen already, he doesn't mind the physical, does he?
Every form of rugby, though, these players are well and truly used to injury. They understand the risks associated with it. You've seen how big the hits can go, and therefore you also have seen how wheelchairs have been designed to, I guess, minimise injury, but at the same time have the ability to rock an opponent, rock their world, and hopefully turn the ball over. It's a beautiful thing.
Well, having been resurrected, he's straight onto the ball and onto the inbound and finding his running mate.
But Peters is good on defence. When they bring Peters in, Denmark, they just look that much more cohesive defensively.
I do think that Verdun and Ivanar have linked up more fluently today than any of the Danish combinations. They have this trio. They've got Jørgensen, Peters and Fredriksson, and it doesn't seem to have been quite as telepathic in the way in which they've worked.
Well, I don't think Fredriksson offers as much on defence as what we see, as we've already mentioned, from Ivanar, and that might just be the difference. I think Ivanar's probably the more complete player. Where we're looking here at Fredriksson, really good distributor, great pass there, great vision. But again, was that the right move? Now, Peters manages to get it away. Denmark will score, but lucky.
Well, the French bench for a moment thought there that it'd taken more than 12 seconds to transition from the backcourt line. But by a whisker, the Danes get it across, and it's coming away in those pressure moments with the try, unruffled. That's what counts.
So now they are just going across to check on that, I think. So we'll just get a ruling on it. See if we can listen in here.
They're probably all trying to work out how to get out of the group.
I know, I was always told at school, stay in school, Mark, you might need maths one day, and I never really took much on it. Now here I am, with so much at stake, wishing I had listened a little bit. I'm pleased I got you next to me. 48-47, France over Denmark. 2 minutes 17 remaining. France in possession. They need to win by 2. So, winning by 2 will now start to mean they'll be doing the calculations in their head in regards to the shot clock. They will want to make sure they've got the last possession. As we see the big man Nankin go across for a try.
How good are you, Verdun? On the spin, over the shoulder, no look.
Well, I'm going to suggest NBA good, because it looked like the NBA, didn't it? Just intuitive. Boy, what a game. France at the moment getting the job done. Their destiny is still in the hands of Australia and Japan, but they got that 2-point lead. What they need to do, though, now is making sure that Denmark don't have the last possession.
I mean, let's appreciate that pass, that reception from the Danes.
Good defence from France, though, working Peters over. Manages to get the pass away. Oh, great athleticism from Peters. Suddenly 49-48. 1 minute 40. Who's doing the calculations? Who's doing the calculations?
I think everyone's calculations are going into overtime in an effort to, well, potentially almost lose the game in this final 1 minute and 30 seconds, but France by a whisker claw their way back and across the line.
So a 2-point buffer, which is what they need, but a minute 25 on the clock. Teams have 40 seconds here. Generally, if you've got possession, you are expected to score. We've seen that. Another great example of it. Now, Denmark will score here. We're back to 1. Not good enough for the French. Now, the clock becomes so strategic. The thinking, how do we work this? How do we play this? Do we score quickly now, allow Denmark, and then look to slow it down for the final 40 seconds?
The Danes need something here. They can't afford to be passive and allow the game to come to them. They need to take a risk and roll the dice, but that could create opportunity for the French to open up a bigger lead. Nankin, known for his defensive prowess, shows a lightness of touch to free up Verdun with 59 seconds from the end. France up.
Well, the scenario now is shut Denmark down. Don't allow Denmark to score too quickly. It is 50 points each. So we'll just wait for this.
No, there needs to be a correction on the scoreboard.
Well, that's my understanding. We'll just check that, though. Yep, there we go. They've made the correction. So 51-49. Denmark will have the ball. France here need to slow Denmark down. They need to run the clock down. They need to make sure that Denmark have possession for at least 20-odd seconds. Then, if they get the ball, they have 40 seconds, and they want to score right at the far end of that 40 seconds to have that 2-goal buffer. Boy, so much to think about.
Denmark, no timeouts as well. France still have 1 timeout. That could be key.
Look at the urgency of Denmark. They know they need to score quickly. They know they need to somehow try and get themselves back in this contest. They go around, they do score. So Denmark will still have 1 more possession potentially, which could stop the French from that 2-point buffer and give them that opportunity.
Let's not forget, if Denmark turn it over here, they could take this to overtime, and then we're in a real drama zone.
So brilliant from the French. 37 seconds. How do they play this? They need to slow it down. Surely they do slow it down. They understand what's at stake here. Now they've all got to try and come forward. Denmark need to get back.
So what they're going to do here is they're going to try and delay getting across the line. They do have that timeout, which I'm sure they'll use, and it'll give them...
Well, they've got to run the clock down, the French, but they also need to score.
So, no shot clock now. 13.9 seconds. It's going to be all France's possession, all their clock.
What a game. France do need to score. They need to win this 52-50, and the timeout comes now. Wow. How much time? How did Denmark approach this? Do they say, look, we just want to keep playing. We want to get within 1. If it means France not going through, so be it. We're not here to help the French.
Well, if they get a score here, then it's overtime, and Denmark is still in the frame to get through to the medals. So everything is riding on this 12 seconds.
Oh, almost brilliant from Evenar. Now he needs to go through to the line. He needs to try and score. He will score. He'll run it down. The brilliant scenario for the French. He gets across the line, and that should be good enough. That should be good enough. 52-50, 0.8 on the clock. Well, the destiny of France lies in the hands now of Australia and Japan. They've got the 2-point buffer. If Australia lose, France will go through. A remarkable game. How good were Denmark, though? The meteoric rise of this European power 3 years from now. Look out, World Wheelchair Rugby, because this, the sleeping giant, has well and truly woken. What a remarkable game. What a remarkable performance from both teams.
Well, France last night, they were almost in tears at the agony of falling short against Australia, and it is that team that they're going to be praying do not come out on top against Japan. They'll be watching on, looking for Japan to be the ultimate host and potentially open the door for France to progress through to the medal matches.
Well, on form too, you'd have to say Japan, well, Australia have probably looked a little inconsistent. And that game is still to come, but Australia in that final quarter last night looked good. They looked good, and they looked like they were starting to click. Japan have just looked rock solid throughout the entire tournament. What a game that's going to be.
If you're talking to me about form, then you haven't been involved in the last 3 days, because wheelchair rugby does not respect the script. We've seen it from Denmark, we've seen it from France, we've seen it from nearly every nation that's been here, all 8 of them. And you just cannot call where this group is going to go or what the medal matches is going to look like. Fascinating, fascinating permutations. But the Danes, we see there, Sophie Scalbo, they've gone from the elation of rocking the gold medalist Australia in game 1 to being valiant departers of the medal contention, but they'll still want to finish as high as they can.
But what has the performance of this Danish team done in terms of growing the sport back home? 3 more years to Paris, and suddenly you've created this interest. More athletes saying, I want to be a part of this. And suddenly you just fill those little gaps. 3 years from now in Paris, look out. But very, very good performance from the French. They've been on the cusp, haven't they? And today they delivered. And it was that man, Jonathan Evenat, who both defensively and offensively was probably the difference.
35 tries, 2 steals. He takes his personal haul of the Paralympics to 95 tries. Well, he had eyeballs full of tears last night, but now they're full of hope.
So just having a look at that, well, it was the turnovers and the difference. Not much in it. 4 to France, 3 to Denmark. But the 3 steals was the difference in the finish. France knew the equation coming in. They needed to win by 2, but they were also very smart in terms of the way they used the clock over the last minute and a half. And it will be the French now who will have a nervous wait. But you wonder how much that result now impacts the minds of the Australians, who will be aware of what they now need to do. And there we go, Fredrickson with 30. Evenar there, the leading try scorer. What a player this man is, Sebastian Fredrickson. He's been simply superb, as has Mark Peters, who on defence at times was just superb. Well, I hope you have enjoyed the coverage of this Pool A game. Another exciting day to look forward to. So there we go. France, Australia, Denmark, sitting there all on 2 points. Australia, can they get the job done? And the game up next. Players now just starting to go through their warm down protocols. It's been an amazing evolution for the sport since it became a medal sport back in 2000. To what we're now seeing in 2021 or Tokyo 2020 Paralympics. So much more depth, such small percentages separating the teams. More defensive structures being put in place. There's Jonathan Evenat. Acknowledges the small but vocal crowd. And the Man Mountain that is Cedric Nankin. Also warming down. Sebastien Verdun, his combination today was magnificent. A remarkable day of wheelchair rugby. Wonderful images on a simply remarkable day of wheelchair rugby here at this incredible venue. I'm absolutely speechless. It's an old cliche, but wheelchair rugby, the winner. So I'm going to hand it over to Mo, co-commentator, to sum up what we've just watched.
Well, the two powers of Europe in Group A. It was a must-win for both of them, and France managing to outmuscle the Danes, led by their inspirational captain, Jonathan Ivanard. They had a task. It was to win. It was to win by 2 tries to stand any chance of progression through to the medal match. It's mission accomplished, and it's over to you, Australia and Japan.
しみだね。さあ、私はフィールドタレントのミミです。そして今日試合中にナレーターをしてくれるのはサイモンとケチャップです。よろしくお願いします。
はい、皆さんこんにちは。ということでたくさんの子供たちが来てくれました。僕が試合中日本語のアナウンスをします DJ ケチャップと言います。そして横にいるのはイギリスからやってきてくれました英語のアナウンサーのサイモンさんです。サイモン say how to the kids.
Hi kids, good to see you.
はい、元気ですかって会えて嬉しいよっていうふうに言っています。この後みんな拍手できる？みんな今日の試合楽しみにしてたという方ちょっと拍手してもらっていいですか？いい拍手が届いてますね。さあ2回戦もみんなカメラで映していくからね。さあ日本対オーストラリアの試合盛り上がっていきましょう。ピーさんよろしく。
Group A of the wheelchair Olympic. The home nation, the current world champions, against the team making its Paralympic debut at Tokyo 2020. Both teams had won tight opening games of the competition, but it was Japan who immediately raced into a dominant position in this match. Captain Ike Tamaraki and number 7, Ikazaki Daisuke, were part of much of some fine Japanese play in the first period.
Wonderful play. Altogether there. And maintain his composure there.
A 4-point half-time lead became 6 by the end of the third period for Japan. Ikazaki again doing the damage for the home nation as they continue to add to an increasing lead over the Danes.
This Japan team is going to be one to watch. They look right on top here, and I think we're going to see them for the business end of the tournament. That was a wonderful defence there from Hashimoto, who forced backward violation from Peters and earned a steady turnover.
19 years of age, full of enthusiasm. I guess at that age you can be full of bravado as well, and it's really important that you get in there and you get this experience of playing these situations, and that's exactly what he's doing there as he crashes in to Peters and then hands the ball over the top, veteran style.
A comprehensive win for Japan by 60 points to 51. They played the double Olympic champions Australia in their final group day. Denmark face France next, where a win can still see them progress.
We have to go and play against France and hopefully win. Then we're going to see if we're in the semi-finals or not. So I hope so. We came here to come for medals, and so far it's up in the air.
みんな盛り上がっていきましょう。さあ、僕の名前は会場でアナウンスをしています DJ ケチャップと言いますね。オムライスにかけるケチャップと一緒の名前だよ。そしてここにいるお姉さんはミミさんです。ミミお姉さんです。ミミさんはアメリカに住んでいます。ハワイに今住んでるので、ね、このパラリンピック、オリンピックのために今ね、日本に来てくれて、いろんな、皆さんと一緒にね、スポーツの魅力を届けてくれています。で、みんな聞いてくれる？特に上の小学生、恥ずかしがらず聞いてくれる？昨日、おととい、車椅子ラグビー、テレビで見たよという人、ちょっと手を挙げてもらっていいですか？こういうレベルな、ありがとうございます。ありがとう。いいね。昨日の試合、日本すごいいい試合したの。その時に選手に聞いたら、試合前にみんなが踊ってくれてダンスしてくれた雰囲気がすごい良かったから勝てたんだよっていう風に言ってたの。だからみんなちょっと今日も曲かけるからダンスしてもらっていい？ね、耳お姉さんさっき言ったかな、アメリカに住んでるからこのダンスのことあんまり知らないのね。だから耳お姉さんに教えてあげるつもりでみんなやってくれる？いい？おっ、じゃあ音楽いくよ。じゃあみんな立ち上がって。これ恥ずかしかっただけだよ。2回戦 今日は日本とオーストラリア両チームの選手に皆さんの声を届けてください。ありがとうございました。
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the flags of our nations, Australia and Japan.
東京2020パラリンピックゲームズウィルチャーラグビー。
Well, welcome back once again to the Yoyogi National Stadium in Tokyo for the 2020 Paralympics, where wheelchair rugby is the sport and maybe, just maybe, the best tie of the Paralympics so far is going to be delivered to you. There's Group A, and here we have Japan and Australia vying for progress to the gold medal matches. Japan have already assured their place, and for Australia, while the mathematics may look complex, the equation's pretty simple. It's must win. The Yoyogi was the venue where the 1964 Tokyo Olympics opened and closed, very much the spiritual home. And on that day, they released hundreds of doves into the Tokyo skies. And while we may not have the doves for you, we do have, maybe, just maybe, the 24 best wheelchair rugby players in the world. about to draw battle on the court of the Yoyogi. And here come the reigning gold medalists. It's Australia.
And what a team they are, two-time Paralympic champions, upset in their first pool game, first time they'd lost in 13 years to Denmark. But we saw a marked improvement in their performance last night against a very good French team. And what a side led by arguably the greatest in Riley Batt.
Every team has their star, but Riley Batt, the captain of the Steelers, right there. He has a galaxy of talent at his disposal. 49 tries, a totemic performer for this Australian squad.
Yeah, Jaden Warne there in the number 23, simply magnificent, as is Andrew Harrison. They've got this wonderful lineup, these combinations that they can call on, combinations off the bench as well.
And when it comes to wheelchair rugby masterminds, you don't get much bigger than that man, Brad Doubley. He's done it all, but one thing he hasn't done is 3 golds in a row, which this Australian team are seeking. I promised you the 24 finest wheelchair rugby players this planet has to offer, and the reason is because Australia, the Paralympic gold medalists, are facing the host nation, the reigning world champions, Japan.
And they are superstars in Japan here. While there have been no crowds, I tell you what, we've seen a lot more activity when the Japanese are playing. Genuine brand athletes across all socio-economic categories, you name it, they are household names here. This is huge for them.
Superstars indeed. This Japanese team who took bronze at Rio have truly captured the imagination of the Japanese public. You go on the subway here and they're on the TV screens when you get in the tube. They are everywhere, and there's great expectation, great hope that this team can take that World Championship gold and turn it into a Paralympic gold.
Incredibly well led too by Yuki Nobu, their captain, alongside of Haga Masayuki. So experience will be critical today, but they've got a nice mix between youthful exuberance and experience, which is key in this form of rugby, wheelchair rugby.
And we spoke of the mastery of Brad Doubley. Wow, he's met his match today. Kevin Orr, former Canada coach, former USA coach. He's taken this Japanese side to the next level.
That's really smart from Japan too, looking overseas for that expertise, allowing someone from outside of Japan to take the guesswork out.
And now, time for the anthems.
The anthem of Australia.
それでは両国国歌の演奏、まずはオーストラリア国歌の演奏です。
The anthem of Japan.
続いて日本国歌の演奏です。
Impeccably observed and incredibly atmospheric at the Yoyogi. This is the wheelchair rugby match that has had spectators, followers, commentators salivating at the prospect of the Japanese who took that World Championship gold. It was against the Australians in the final in their own backyard in Sydney. There's a score to settle here.
Well, Australia, you still wonder whether there are just a few little ghosts in the back of your head off the back of that loss. As we do just look at that starting lineup: Bat, Fawcett, Edmondson and Harrison. What a lineup. I think Japan want to try and hit them hard early and just reinforce maybe just a little bit of doubt that might still be in their heads. Mind you, it was a much improved performance against the French last night. Substitutes there. Well, it is star-studded right through, isn't it? Jaden Warne, he'll have a big impact defensively.
Well, the Australian wheelchair rugby community rocked to its very core on day one when they were defeated for the first time in Paralympic wheelchair rugby since Beijing 2008 by the Danes, who are also in this group. They bounced back against France, but they have a Japan side yet to be defeated. Wakayama, Iziaki, Imai and Ike distinctive by his high elevated chair. The starting four for the Japanese. Plenty of firepower on that bench. Just a note on the classifications, the numbers you saw alongside the names for the starting fours, they denote the functional ability of all the players. The higher the number, the higher the functional ability. 4 players on the pitch at one time. Those category numbers cannot exceed 8 unless you have a female player on the court, and both the Australian teams do in Shea Graham and in Kai Kurahashi. In that instance, the team value can go to 8.5. Shea Graham, well, she is not someone to be trifled with. She put a monster hit on the New Zealanders' big man, Barton Coots, that shook the Yoyogi to its very core last night. And we're underway in the decisive final group match of Group A between Japan and Australia in the Tokyo 2020 Paralympics, and it's the host nation to the warm applause of the school children amassed in the arena who get us off ticking on board.
Be interesting to see how the Japanese do handle the physicality of the Australians. They want to make a statement physically early on, and we've already seen that from Riley Bat. Very combative.
Well, this is uncharted territory for this Australian side. I mentioned before, no losses since 2008 in the Paralympics until that 1-point defeat against an inspired Denmark. And really, quite simply, the Australians must win over Japan to progress through to the medal matches.
Well, some very good defence coming from Japan. To Ike there, magnificent along Kazaki. They did a bit of a number on Bat. Well, they've closed the bottom. Australia under pressure already defensively.
Huge defensive set from the Japanese. You can see the appreciation coming from their bench. They clustered the key, they made it awkward, and look at them double-tealing. The talisman for Australia, Riley Bat.
Well, if they figured this out, shut Bat down, you shut Australia down. Is it that simple? Easier said than done, because Harrison is a superb player in the number 15 as well.
Edmondson too. Just stealthing in for his first try of the match. He's been hugely influential, Edmondson. He's got a steely, determined look of a winner in his eye, but his discipline has been an issue. That's try number 17, and he's off to a good start as Ike goes slaloming down the court into the hands of the distinctive Ikazaki.
Lovely work on the chair there from Ikazaki. He did a bit of a number on Riley Bat defensively there. That came across, he just worked him one way, went the other side.
So Australia going through their midpoint players, Edmondson and Harrison. Harrison was good last game, but Bat's even better, and Bat draws up a half-century of tries in this Tokyo 2020 Paralympics. That's not the last time you're going to see him cross the line, averaging nearly 25 a match at the moment.
So Australia deciding to park the bus in front of goal here, looking to try and close the door. They do a good job. That soak worked in, but plenty of power still coming from Ikazaki. Just to get across the line, but only just.
Oh, chance of a turnover here.
Well, you mentioned too that Edmondson talked about discipline. You've just got to be careful. It's the Japanese player. He's going to go across to the penalty box.
Well, on this occasion, looks like potentially illegal contact with the arm, taking out Wakayama, the 1-point classification player. Riley Batt coasts across, unattended. And those low-point classification players, they're charged with the defensive duties. You'll notice a difference in the chairs. Wakayama just in front court, wheeling right at the moment, with a pick at the front of his wheelchair, capable of jamming up the wheels of high classification attacking players. But it's all out attack for Japan at the moment, and the going's easy as they slide around the right funnel. And Ikazai scoring.
That's a wonderful matchup, isn't it, between those two? Ikazaki and Riley Batt.
Well, Riley Batt's a man in the mood at the moment. He dragged Australia across the line against an inspired French team on day 2. Really, it was his big play in the fourth quarter defensively, as well as all of his tries, that allowed Australia to bounce back from their opening defeat against Denmark. He'll have a huge say in this match, as will that man, with his telescopic chair almost sitting a foot higher than everybody else out there.
Good defence again. We talk about the great players, Riley Batt, and we've talked about him a lot, but not just good offensively, very good defensively. And nice to see Andrew Harrison come into this game, showing his ability to be complete.
So Harrison there chased down by the scrambling Japanese defence, forces him to go back on himself and give it to their quarterback, Riley Batt. I call him a quarterback. He doesn't mind a run, and he's going to have a go down the left channel here, but he's met fantastically at the line before having the composure and the wherewithal to find Edmondson, who'd positioned himself in a prime piece of try-scoring real estate.
Oh, great desperation, wasn't it, from Ikazaki? He knew it was on. It's almost like they deliberately left the door open just so they could create the collision. But it's all about timing.
So Ikazaki.
Turnover to Australia.
Turnover.
Big moment for Batt. Early on too.
So, early in this game, we're seeing the introduction of the King of Queensland wheelchair rugby, Chris Bond, the Olympics, Paralympics, the Winters. They're all known for their famous double acts. Well, here's a dynamic duo that could well be winning their third gold together. Batt and Bond, the most famous pairing in the game, but they can't do anything about Japan's number 7, Ikazaki, who's really had a strong start to this game.
Yeah, interesting that we've seen Ozan come on for the Australians, so going to their bench early. Just clearly be tactical. This will be just about maybe putting a little bit of doubt in the minds of the Japanese. What exactly are Australia up to? And do not underestimate the mind games that do go on. It's a psychological warfare.
To many new to the game of wheelchair rugby, you've probably heard it referred to as murderball. You may have seen the Oscar-nominated movie, but a more apt one of its nicknames is combat chess. Yes, there's the collisions, but there's so much strategy, there's so much unpicking of the lock, not just trying to battering ram it down.
Yeah, interesting just to have a look at the moment. Japan just seem to be playing with a little bit more width. Australia wanting to be just perhaps a little bit tighter, play through the middle of the court more.
So the first quarter going to serve as we cross the halfway point of the 8-minute quarter. Chris Bond in with a try nice and early. him and Riley Batts combining for 48 of Australia's 59 points in the Rio final against Australia. That one going to a double overtime. But
oh, brilliant, lovely. Love that sound. We all love that sound. That's what makes the sport so special, is the contact. It's a beautiful thing. Australia do it well.
Well, one thing you don't want to see out of your peripheral vision is Riley Batt, but then when Chris Bond's thrown into the mix, it's panic stations. Bond gets a hand in there. Japan fortunate to come away with possession.
Now, Jaden Warne, number 23, coming on, simply sublime against the French in last night's pool action. And we're also seeing Jason Lees come on. So, Lees, 44 years of age, out of Victoria.
Nickname Banger because of his love of heavy metal music. Well, I tell you what, this Australian team, like the clash of heavy metal wheelchairs, that's contact with Batt and Bond isn't going to be the last here at the Yoyogi.
Oh, really nice piece of work being done there by Hasegawa Yuki, just in terms of really not allowing Warne to come across and block in his defensive role. So a lot of work being done off the ball as well.
Big shot from Ike coming in before Riley Batt bumps off the attentions of his Japanese adversary, Hasegawa. His first Paralympics. And Japan are off in the hands of their elder statesman, Shimakawa, 46 years old, but he's had a huge influence on this program, huge influence in this Paralympics. And he finds Ike.
Japan, their offensive structure's a good one. They'll draw the defender, but they're always making sure that they've got a player directly behind the ball carrier who is advancing forward and therefore just catching the Australians off guard. And then it's just a case of a simple pass. It's a good pass here again from Warne.
Beautiful pass from Warne. Chris Bond's just going to moonwalk that over. Just surveying the scene as he steals across for his third try. Here come Japan. Both sides laser focused, but a big shot coming in from Bond stops them in their tracks. Shimakawa looking for support, he finds it in Ike.
We saw in the game against the French last night, Australia, particularly down the flanks or the outside part of the court, you don't want to carry in those lanes. They will monster you, they will bash you on defence.
Well, Shimakawa just snakes round the right funnel thanks to good blocking work from Norimatsu. Chris Bond meeting Norimatsu again before Norimatsu's taken out by Lees. It's going to be high classification on high classification, but Bond forced to wheel back on himself.
Oh, great cover coming across from Shimakawa, the veteran.
Jaden Warne's the option in the middle if Bond can find him, but nothing coming easy for the Australians at the moment. Lees does an excellent job, but Ike's on the spot. The shot clock down to 3. Oh, rejected at the key.
Well, Shimakawa, he's acting almost in a sweeper's role at the back there. So he's sort of just rolling in between, but you could see the desperation, the concentration, and the athleticism from the Japanese. And that, we talk about it, you will win this game on defence. Look at Shimakawa there, number 13. Shimakawa, have a look, just really nice read. And they just shut the door.
A perfect illustration of the pressure is the timeouts that have been taken. 2 by the Australians early in this contest. And Riley Batt still can't find a way, but a majestic ball. Alley-oop over the top to his running partner, Chris Bond. Finally unlocks that Japanese obdurate defence.
Well, you talk about combinations. We so often talk about offensive combinations, but Ike, number 21 for Japan, number 13, Shimakawa, those two are simply superb at the back. Ike
slings it to his mate in the backcourt. He's going to go right through the middle, take his time in crossing the line. Just the 2 wheels you need to cross the line in wheelchair rugby, but the ball must be under control. We saw Riley Batt with an unbelievable last-ditch defensive tackle to dislodge a ball against the French on day 2.
I think Australia are realising they might have to just play a little bit quicker offensively with the way Japan are regrouping, with the way they are getting back in numbers, parking that bus and really shutting down Australia's attack.
Well, 40 seconds on the clock. Time management, the essence of these closing moments of the first quarter. Norimatsu finds himself in a promoted position now. He could have scored that by himself, but Japan want to manage the clock. They want to score as late as possible as we stop for an overturned wheelchair. It's Chris Bond, I think, in the backcourt.
A lot of stuff going on off the ball. A lot of players marking each other heavily. There is, again, don't underestimate that too. Just that little bit of psychology going on.
So Japan in control of the clock. They'll want to score as late as possible to deny Australia the opportunity to get another score before the end of the quarter. You can hear the benches counting down as Japan seek away. Rejection from Riley Batt. Big play. With 3.7 seconds left, Japan will be under pressure to convert now.
Yes, well, Japan will have the ball and the timeout will come, will it? No, just a stop and play. In fact, we are bringing the changes. So number 4 will be Haga coming on for Japan, and also Kurahashi wearing the number 3, 30 years of age, Kurahashi. Haga, 36 years of age, so plenty of experience on the court. So clearly a strategic substitution.
Wow, that is masterful. All that pressure in the key, and Japan find a way. Australia looks like they won't have the time. Batt literally bats the ball away to close out an absorbing first quarter, with Australia trailing Japan 12 points to 11. Group A of the Mixed Wheelchair Rugby Tokyo 2020 Paralympics.
It's been a bruising defence from both teams, and now I think they'll have a pretty good idea of what each other's doing defensively, the patterns they're trying to play offensively, and now it comes down to the coaches in terms of communicating how they need to adjust.
Bond, Ikazaki leading the try scoring at the moment, but one thing that is apparent, and this speaks volumes of the execution, the accuracy, no turnovers, no steals so far in that first quarter. Australia 11, Japan 12, 1 quarter down in Australia's must-win final group match.
Well, Japan have already qualified, but that won't mean that they're going to back off. They won't want Australia going through in the top 4. I think they would prefer France to advance. They feel that, look, they could end up meeting each other again in the final. The best way of avoiding that is making sure they bring the same level of intensity we've seen through the first 2 days for Japan.
Well, tournament success is all about momentum and it building. Japan will not want their unblemished record to be tarnished here by the Australians. A rivalry that's developed nicely since Rio and coming to a head right here in the Yoyogi National Arena.
So Japan have made more changes. Norimatsu Seiya, who's on court, wearing number 22.
So underway in the second quarter, and in the golden hands of Australia's captain, Riley Batts, looking to unlock the white jersey Japanese and finding his wingman, Chris Bond. But an early infringement. An early mechanical failure. I should correct myself. Ikazaki calling on the technicians. Formula One levels of speed on the wheel replacement, and he's back in the mix straight away. And Chris Bond looking to find his player, but during all of that kerfuffle, an Australian player forced from the field, and Japan in possession.
Well, key moment, because this could give Japan that 2-point buffer, and that's the equivalent of breaking serve in tennis. And we know what that often means in the context of a game.
Love the dummy, love the confidence from Ikazaki, the show and go, and then sticking his head down and putting his foot to the floor. Here we go. All right.
Still gets a bit of a g'day mate from Bat. Australian welcome.
Very, very good response from Bat, the man who just popped across to say hello as the Japanese scored their last try.
Oh, he'll consider himself a gentleman on court, just wanting to be polite.
Wow.
Now, turnover comes, is it? So it goes the other way. No, just wait for it.
Gentlemen don't pick pockets like that. Like a Dickensian street urchin out there, snatching it from Mike's grasp and leveling things up. That's a crucial turnover, an unexpected one, and sloppy from Japan.
Yeah, lack of concentration, just caught off guard there. We saw it moments earlier from Australia, and the advantage that Japan had at this level, a considerable buffer. Well, using that tennis term, Australia have broken back.
Norimatsu showing his attacking capabilities, unguarded in the Australian half of the court and doing the business courtesy of an Ike assist. Oh, bit of a miscontrol from Australia on looking to get the inbound going from Mika Zain. Gold and silver at World Championships, straddling Rio, which he missed out on. So this is a special, special Paralympics for Mika Zain. And it's his work in the backcourt that's freeing up the attacking duo of Bat and Bond.
That's better play from Japan, deciding to use just a little bit more width. Oh, smash, but Japan get away with it. Talk about trying to go up that particular side of the court. Don't do it. They will monster you, Australia. Have a look at this.
Goodness me. Ikazaki, cool as you like.
Good attempt there from Ike to try and return the favour on Riley Bat. Didn't quite have the timing.
So Riley Batts notching up the tries, number 7. Shimakawa, who's been an impressive figure for this Japanese side, gets across the halfway line within the 12 seconds that he's allotted. Ike slides into the middle, just pops that big right paw up, gathers it in, and makes his way across the line for a try.
Huge concentration from all these teams now, just trying to find some space. Trying to just find a lane which is clear, and goes down bat.
Wow. Riley Batt challenged too much by the pass, toppling over, losing possession, Ike gobbling it up. And that's an error that Japan have gleefully capitalized upon. They've got a 2-point cushion again. That's pretty big.
That'll be frustrating for the coaches too, because their fundamentals, they're unforced errors. You know, that wasn't so much about Japan applying incredible pressure. It was just decision-making.
Well, do you know what? Japan have actually forced the second most turnovers in the Paralympics thus far, 14. And it really, really speaks volumes about the pressure that they're putting on with this high court press. Brad Doubley seeing his timeouts being whittled down so early.
Well, I think that Australia just need to maybe play with a little bit more freedom. They're very tight, they're very compact, to play a little bit further down court, try and break out. Well, I'll tell you what, Japan are asking them some questions.
Japan had a sluggish start against France. They were down for most of the match, but they've really grown into this Paralympics and have found some glorious try-scoring rhythm against the French. Consummate victory over Les Bleus. And that rhythm has carried through into this game so far against the gold medalist Australia.
Some good work off the ball there from Chris Bond in terms of opening the door for Riley Batt, another physical player. Australia got to be careful they don't get too caught up in the physicality of it though.
Wow, Shimakawa going aerial to Imai, the 38-year-old. He got himself a bronze out at Rio. He's got himself a try in this decisive fixture against Australia. Riley Batt's on the loose in the backcourt, low category player to beat. That's Imai, who just scored the try, and Battle cancel it out immediately.
I wonder what is running through his head at the moment, Riley Batt. What composure. I would not be surprised if we don't see Warren injected into this game, because they're going to need to be defensively better than they've probably been. Try and force that turnover. They do shut the door this time, but great blocking coming from Imai in the number 9 jersey.
There is a caginess to the atmosphere in here, isn't there? Not everyone's quite sure who's in the ascendancy, but everybody knows precisely what's at stake.
Well, what we've seen from Australia has been very much the way they've played this tournament. They've been slow burners early on. Can they afford to be this way against the Japanese? They really started to click in that second half against the French. I'm not sure Japan will necessarily allow them to do it here.
Well, one of the big obstacles that Australia may have to overcome is that the pattern of their replacements and their resting profile has been Riley Batt being removed in the third quarter, and that seems to discombobulate the Australians, and that's when teams have found the edge. So with Japan already in the lead and approaching half of this quarter remaining, Australia are going to want to have to tighten things up, otherwise they're going to be using Batt all the way through. Does he have that capacity in him?
Well, scary when you look at Shimakawa sitting there on the bench as well for Japan. There we go, this is Australia playing with a little bit more freedom now. Just don't want to get confrontational, need to try and somehow take Japan out of the game defensively. Do that by playing with some width.
So, Agawa proving a nuisance for Riley Batt and for Bond. Shimakawa, I beg your pardon, Ikazaki adds yet another try, nearing in on 50. 45 up for him.
And Chris Bond, again, just being brutal on defence to Ikazaki. Just reminding him that this is a gladiatorial sport. It's a good contest too. He's been very good, EK. Now, past halfway. Great defence from Australia, putting the pressure back on the Japanese. So, bench from Australia, pretty animated.
Japan forced into the timeout there from EK. Just running out of those seconds to get across the halfway line. So influential for them, EK. Norimatsu coming back on. Norimatsu, someone said winning a bronze medal raised his sense of responsibility as a person, as a Japanese citizen. That's how much wheelchair rugby means to him, and you can imagine how much he wants a gold.
Well, it's battering ram at the moment. It is very much dodgings with the ball. It's the New Zealand coach that described wheelchair rugby as that. You're seeing it.
So a fresh three come on. EK takes a well-deserved break. Shimakawa can't do anything about Bat getting across the threshold once again. And Hasegawa is doing a good job of trying to be a pain for Bat, but he has evaded him. Love that no-look pass.
Well, that's understanding, isn't it? That's experience, that's combinations, knowing that I'll draw the defender, start out behind me, and then just move up, and I will get that ball to you. So good to see Shea Graham for Australia on court now too. The number 12 jersey.
So Shea Graham, a 2.5 category player, but Australia have the luxury of 8.5 at their disposal, and immediately she's busying herself in the front court, and Riley Baddett is profiting from the space and scoring his 11th try.
But it is still Japan with that advantage, that one try advantage, and they have possession. This is better.
Here comes Shimakawa, the 46-year-old. Moving like a 16-year-old though. Collision with Riley Batt, who looks to swipe. Shimakawa, he's too wise to it. Nods confidently. Barks out a couple of instructions. What a man to have on the bench to bring on.
Yeah, anytime you have a two-on-one situation like that, two's always going to beat one. But of course, when you start calculating the clock and liking to slow things down, you do give that defence the opportunity. But better offensively from Australia now, trying to just not be drawn in by the Japanese.
Approaching the magic 2-minute mark for the closure of this half. Japan scoring very freely at the moment. The one thing I would say about both these sides, we're seeing huge amount of variation and deployment from the bench. In a lot of the matches thus far in the Paralympics, we've seen dominance from key players who don't leave the court, but really Japan and Australia mixing it up.
Well, I think they're wanting to try and play with speed, and the way you do that is through freshness. Say, look, let's get some key players on, let's get them early, let's get the best out of them, and I reckon come that second half, we might just see a little bit more consistency in terms of the selections on the court.
Ikazaki, plenty of minutes for him in this first half. Stretches Shimakawa, who gathers with ease. And another try for the number 13. Japan looking very confident. Their combinations really working harmoniously out here in the yoyogi. Whoa! Pincer motion from the Japanese, but not strong enough to deny Riley Batt.
No, I think it's a really good point you make. I think the Japanese just look like they've got greater cohesion. There seems to be more of an understanding. There seems to be more of an involvement from all of their players. They understand their roles. Australia do still just appear a little bit disjointed, relying maybe too heavily on Riley Batt at the moment.
Well, that'll be frustrating for Japan and the Japanese coach that Norimatsu's had to call a timeout there because he's only got 10 seconds to make his inbound, but because of the swarming Australian defence, he didn't have any options and he's forced to use another timeout. They're so precious, these timeouts, when it comes to clock manipulation in the business end of the quarters.
Like anything, yes, certainly getting to that last quarter, but you might not necessarily win on the scoreboard immediately by forcing the timeout, but it is a victory. because you will benefit later on in a game. Good to see Andrew Harrison, number 15, court for Australia. Japan continue to ring the changes.
Well, Shimakawa, he shaped to pass, had a look around, the Golden Sea parted, and he said, thank you very much, I'll score that one.
Yeah, Riley Batt, though, just couldn't help himself, just a little bit of a niggle there. Managed to just try and get his arm in. That Pacific Island or Pacifica motif on the shoulder there of Harrison. So, another player takes a little bit of a tumble, which is quite common in this game. And it is Wakayama.
He's had plenty of tumbles in his career. Third Paralympics for Hidefumi Wakayama. And already we're running out of ways to say Riley Batt scored a try.
No, there's been some remarkable players. But Riley Batt has got to get more from the rest of his team. They've got to really start emphasising defence, and they've been much better in the second quarter than what we saw in the first quarter.
Oh, lovely snake hips from Ikazaki. Leaves Riley Batt clutching at air, and he goes the length for one of the individual scores of the game.
And that is that 2-point buffer, so important. Just cannot afford for that to continue. They need to force the turnover. Good defence from the Japanese again, though.
Ooh, Edmondson does oh so well to escape the clutches of Ike. Attempted tackle coming in late, but Edmondson doing the business.
Well, Australia, you sort of sense, is surviving at the moment. It's not quite working for them. But as long as they can stay in the fight here,
well,
at some point you will see a momentum shift. Australia are too good. You don't win medals at every single Paralympics bar one unless you know what you're doing.
Well, one man who certainly knows what he's doing when he gets to the scoring key is Ikazaki, racking up the tries as we enter the final 45 seconds. And this is key, the shot clock at 30. 40 seconds left on the clock. Australia will look to leave as little time as possible for the Japanese to score. But Edmondson's going to struggle to get out of that bind. Oh, wow, that is good play. Mercurial play, in fact, from Edmondson. He gives it to Batt. Try and drain the clock as much as he can, but a Japanese player goes out of the field of play as well. That's frustrating.
Yeah, look, really good play too, wasn't it? I mean, the Japanese, they certainly, they man-marked Edmondson, but it was just a simple case of if you get the pass away, there was always going to be plenty of court. So, it's Australia now trying to close it to 1.
Well, the frustration there is there's no longer a shot clock for the Australians, and they'll be able to just pick their moment to cross the line. Although Riley Batt does have a little bit of work cut out, the pass doesn't go to hand. I can't believe it. The Australians with 4-on-3 against the Japanese have missed the pass, and have they squandered the opportunity?
Well, this is what we talk about. It's all very well trying to run the clock down, but you've got to make sure first and foremost you get the job done. And I'm not really sure that Riley Batt was probably the first time that he almost looked like he panicked. He's a guy who knows how to slow time down, like all the great players, and so somewhat uncharacteristic of this Australian team.
And that is a sight I'm not sure I'll ever get bored of, seeing Ike pop the periscope up and demonstrate his masterful ball mastery. He holds on to the ball, he sees out the quarter, and Japan stretch their lead to 29-27 against Australia in Group A of the mixed wheelchair rugby.
We talked, didn't we, about the fact that it had been 13 years since Australia had been beaten, when they were beaten by Denmark on day 1 of Tokyo 2020, the Paralympics. And when you haven't been beaten for so long and suddenly you find yourself behind, you also don't have the experience of getting yourself out of the hole. And so their strength, is it now coming back to bite them a little bit? You know, there's a saying, you have to learn how to lose before you learn how to win sometimes.
Well, they say that winning is a habit, and it's one that was kicked for the Australians by the Danes, as you well said. And is that rattling their confidence now?
Yeah, when a team has been so dominant, as we just look back on the highlights,
crucial words being imparted by the experienced Kevin Orr to his Japanese side. Ikazaki has helped himself to 13 tries in that first half, and Ike, like a maestro, just dictating his orchestra of wheelchair rugby players around the court. Options are plenty. There is no other option for Australia in this match other than to win. Otherwise, they will not be competing for any medals of any colour. There are the stats from the first half, and you might look at the discipline of Japan and ask questions of whether it could be better, but the key stat is the one turnover by Australia. That's why they trail 29 points to 27, with a huge 16 minutes ahead of them to salvage their Olympic gold medal dreams. Australia 27, Japan 29 in this final, in this decisive Group A match in the mixed wheelchair rugby at Tokyo 2020 Paralympics. There's a nice hum to the Yoyogi National Stadium. School children of Tokyo graciously permitted to come and enjoy the spectacle of this celebrated Japanese wheelchair basketball team who currently lead the reigning gold champions Australia by 2 points. And as it stands, we'll see them exit out of the medal reckoning. There's a sense this game is a dormant volcano, not quite ready to erupt, but 16 minutes remains to change all that. We're underway in the third quarter, and it starts as it finished with Ike plucking the ball from the Yoyogi skies and feeding Ikazaki for try number 13, unlucky 13 if you're an Australian, because the cushion for this exquisite Japanese side is now 3 points, and that in wheelchair basketball is a mountain to climb. Wheelchair rugby, rather. Goodness me. Played on a regulation basketball court.
I'll tell you what, with some of the alley-oops and some of the passing, you can be forgiven for calling this basketball, because I tell you what, some of the skill set has been simply remarkable. And I've got to say, though, Japan just look like they've got just more space. They just seem to be playing with more freedom. Somewhat surprised that we haven't seen Jaden Warne come on, the number 23 for Australia, who was just immense last night defensively. And really did change the context of that game against France. they're going to need to find something big defensively, the Australians, if they want to progress.
There is that sense that something needs to change, something needs to happen for the Australians. The Japanese look so comfortable in their backyard here in Tokyo. But a man who makes anyone uncomfortable, no matter the planks, no matter the court, it's Riley Batt. He dragged his Australian team to victory against France on day 2. He's trying to do the same against the Japanese right now.
Well, I think Riley Batt has set a standard that everyone around the world has lifted to. And this man here particularly, Ikazaki.
I mean, Ikazaki not only looks like a cool dude, but he plays like a cool dude, utterly unflustered. There's been a couple of times when Batt and Bond have gone for the jugular with him, with a double contact, and he's just flipped the ball away nonchalantly, freed up one of his teammates. But when he's not being double-teamed by the Australians, he's scoring with freedom.
Well, it's interesting, isn't it, that Batt is they're still relying on that Batt-Bond combination to get the job done here. But it's not about offensive quality at the moment. They've got to mark up. It's got to be more, it's got to be tighter. It's got to be more concentrated on the back end of the court, on defence.
Well, Shimakawa with no obstacles in his way. Probably won't score an easier try than that. He scored a couple of sensational ones in the first half. But on top of lacking that sort of defensive berserker to ruffle the feathers of the Japanese, Australia just coming across a little bit flat at the moment. They need a spark. Who's gonna give it?
Well, it's going to go to Batt, but look at that, they double team him. And look, immediately coming back across, Batt's got some work to do. He's got the ability to get away with it, and he does. But unfortunately for Australia, they're relying just so heavily on him.
Brilliant individual play. I mean, Ike did so well to mark him up, sort of back to Batt, snaking with him. And then when Batt turned away, you thought he was going to get pincered, jammed up, but with the strength to smuggle his way through the gap and get the try and keep Australia ticking over on the scoreboard.
Well, Ike, see what Ike offers number 21 for Japan. He's very good offensively, as we're about to see, but he just contributes so much at the back end of the court as well.
He's so busy, isn't he? So busy. There's Jaden Warren right there. He's in the box, ready to come onto the field of play. He's someone that you want to see.
Well, I was very impressed. I just think he was great in the contact. He brought a real spark when I think Australia needed it. And brought a physicality.
Shimakawa and Ike playing piggy in the middle with Riley Batt. Riley Batt in a hopeless position there, but mainly due to the work of the other Japanese players neutralising the Aussies. Riley Batt calling for a penalty, I think.
He's not happy, is he? As we see Ikazaki going down. Such a busy player, it's going to happen. And now the changes will come. I think we're also going to see Jake Howell for Australia in the number 4 come on. Jaden Warren, 27 years of age, Warren.
So really changing things up here. Australia, you mentioned Howell coming on, the man from Western Australia, the first to represent
great defence.
The Steelers for a decade. But it was good defence, but then Riley Batt departed the court, so it'll be interesting to see what happens here. They look to have mauled the post as well in the process. Ooh, so.
The desperation from that, you could just see the effort that he put in here.
So the try awarded to Japan in spite of Riley Batt's attempts. And the three-point cushion is restored as Ike says konnichiwa to Jaden Warren. The Yoyogi's my house. Norimatsu doing excellent work to jam up the high classification player from Australia. Batt takes the reins, Batt takes the try.
Yeah, I think already there with Warren on, we're just seeing a little bit more, what's the word I'm looking for, just automatically just that little bit more spark. But they still need to turn possession over. They need to somehow be able to bring it on level pegging. And you can just sort of see the body language on the bench there. They're not exactly exuberant, are they?
They're concerned. And right they might be, because the clock isn't their friend. And Japan are looking comfortable. We're seeing a bit of movement. That's Ben Fawcett, who is finding himself in unfamiliar territory. He's only played one Paralympic Games, played 1-1-1, not a bad record, but staring down the barrel of a departure from medal contention if Australia don't turn this deficit around.
But that's a great example of what we're talking about. Players that have come in, won a gold medal. It's like, well, this game, I'm just used to winning. Well, suddenly you find yourself behind. Oh, now I've got to deal with losing. I'm not sure I know how to do that. Don't underestimate the psychology and the mind games that are happening individually, collectively, and certainly amongst the coaches.
Well, one man who's been on that progression was Shimakawa, who we saw a moment ago, but Jaden Warren is trying to offer some attacking variety and a bit of Bosch as well down the right flank. Ooh, Shimakawa getting close to dispossessing and unbalancing Riley Batt. It was the tightest of my... Oh!
That is superb athleticism, isn't it? You cannot underestimate. He cannot touch the cone there. And he just says straight back. He's not a happy man, is he, Riley Batt? He just goes back to Shimakawa and says, well, anything you can do, I can do.
I can do a bit more brutally, he says.
But they need to pick themselves up here, the Australians, and maybe this is the way of doing it. They'll find themselves bat in the box.
You know, Batt's taking a penalty timeout for that, but as you said, is it worth it to put a bit of fire in the furnace in the stomachs of this Australian team that they all know that they're going to have to grit and scrap and maybe play a little bit dirty if they're going to overturn the momentum, let alone the scoreline here?
Now, Shea Graham back on the court. Can't understand what Brad Doubly is doing because Jaden Warren is off. There will be a timeout.
Brad Doubly. It's a calm exterior, face of tranquility and delivering technical messages, not necessarily geeing them up, and maybe that's what they need. They get the fire from Riley Batt out there, but they get the strategic elements from their coach. Well, Edmondson met by Norimatsu. Norimatsu, who has really had something to say in all three quarters so far. Look, he's after Riley Batt now. Forces him round the edge, but he finds a way through. It never ceases to amaze me how well all of these players judge their dimensions when sliding through these narrow channels on the extremities of the scoring
Certainly
key.
not for the faint-hearted. Just looking at the lower classifications, we've got Edmondson there that is a 2. We've got Shea Graham, 2.5. Ben Fawcett is a 0.5, and then we've got Bat at a 3.5. Now, it seems to me that they don't have their maximum quota on court at the moment.
Well, Brad Dudley happy enough to send these 4 players out with an understanding more than most of the gravity of the predicament they find themselves in. Excellent play by Bat, but it was Fawcett disrupting the progress of Ike, who had Bat in his sights for a moment. Ike is just relentless. He's everywhere. He's fighting for every single revolution of the wheel and just getting after it. Defense, attack, support, creation. And Shimakawa, a cool, calm exterior, but a try-scoring exterior as well.
Well, Australia running out of time here. Under 3 minutes left in this third quarter. The 8-minute quarters. They lose here, and they will exit the medal rounds. 2-time defending Paralympic champions, and what is running through the mind of Brad Dudley? He'll have a plan. There'll be method to the madness. But some very talented players sitting there waiting, hoping.
It won't be panic stations for Dudley yet. This is the man who's taken this Australian programme to be so revered, to these 2 gold medals.
That's much better play too from the Australians, finding a little bit more cohesion through the middle of the court. More running repairs.
So Riley Bat experiencing quite a few difficulties with his chair at the moment. We're seeing him receive mechanical attention, regularity at the moment. This time just adjusting the strap that holds him secure in the chair. Norimatsu finds an easy ball to Shimakawa. Shimakawa is 2-on-1 with Riley Bat, but he's going to be chased down, but not in time before getting the advantageous line on Riley Bat. 10 tries, his contribution now quietly growing into the game.
Australia still at the moment just struggling. They need to find something, and they need to find something soon.
So Edmondson, Shea Graham cuts loose down the left flank, if somebody can find her.
Oh, nice bit of blocking here coming from Andrew Edmondson in the number 14.
Wow. Big collision, a steal attempt from the Japanese. Shea Graham ambushed there after the ball from Riley Bat. She will get possession back, but uncomfortable in the midfield. Take a look there, illegal contact with the arm. Whew.
Not much in it though, is it? We're talking very, very small margins. If he had just get contact on the ball, he could have just turned that over, and you'd have to say at that point it might have just been enough to psychologically break the Australians, but it's not the case.
So the Australians taking their time, managing the clock, and the Japanese not challenging. They don't want to give away a penalty try, because if they do so, then that means that their man, Shimakawa, in the 13 jersey in the penalty box, won't be released. But as it is, he's in there for either 60 seconds or until the Australians score, whichever arrives soonest. And with Riley Bats easing himself across the line, we see the reintroduction of Shimakawa.
Incredibly strategic now. Boy, what do Australia do here? Who do they go to? How do they set this team up? They've got to force some turnovers. They've got to get their best defensive players on the court now.
Yeah. Part of our role is to convey the sense in the arena, and it's a strange one. It's a hushed one, and bearing in mind Japan are the ones winning by 2 points. I think everyone understands the gravity of what's going to happen if Australia don't win here.
There's an electricity here, but it's not obvious. I think there's a real level of, I think this way, there's a real level of apprehension from everyone. No one's prepared to say, look, this is Japan's at the moment.
Maybe it's shock of the lack of answers that Australia currently have for Japan. Kurahashi has entered the fray for Japan, seeing her for the second time. Riley Batts just weaving around the Tokyo traffic. And calling on Edmondson to take the busy Shimakawa out of the match. Riley Batt, 10 seconds on the shot clock, it's time to go.
And good defence, good blocking coming from both Ben Fawcett, Jake Howe. So did a really nice job there creating that screen, allowing Riley Batt to score. Now look at Batt, the urgency, but Japan doing it comfortably, aren't they? Just not finding space, just so much easier than what Australia are doing. That's better though.
Japan happy to absorb the time here. Into Ike. They are running out of time though, 6 seconds on the shot clock. Timeout called by Shimakawa. They'll have the clock, they'll have the possession. And should Japan execute, they'll have the 3-point advantage moving into the final quarter.
Timeout, yeah. You've got to, the officiating's been simply superb. Not always easy, too, to be able to pick up the signals. Very, very busy game at times, small margins. 15 seconds remaining. Australians have parked the bus.
Australia is doing a good job of clustering in the scoring key. Japan score, Australia have 4.5 seconds with which to reply, and they might just do it before the pass doesn't go to hand. That's a nasty collision there with Edmondson, though. He fell awkwardly.
Oh, Shimakawa just cleaned him out.
Well, Hager was coming across, and Edmondson fell into the chair of Hager. Hope he's okay.
Well, it's all about timing in the collision, isn't it? It was a little bit of what we call a hospital pass, but they had no choice, the Australians, but it was really well read by that man.
Well, Japan successfully shut out Australia at the end of that third quarter, and it is them who hold the keys to the semi-finals over Australia. They lead 43 points to 40 in the mixed wheelchair rugby. There are your leading scorers. Riley Batt doing all that he can, almost by force of will, to drag Australia through into the semi-finals. Ikazaki with 18, Shimakawa 12, Ike, they're spreading round the scoring in this Japanese side.
Yes, certainly a far more even distribution, getting more buy-in from more Japanese players, sharing that workload. And I think that has been the difference, hasn't it?
Well, it's the multi-pronged attack that Japan are offering that makes them so difficult to defend. Seconds left before the final quarter of this Group A decider between Australia and Japan. And are there just 8 minutes left of Australia's gold medal hopes? They trail Japan 43 points to 40. This is a Paralympic defining 8 minutes coming up.
Well, they're going to need to come out hard too, the Australians, in that first couple of minutes. They're going to just need to come out brutal on defence. Brought Andrew Harrison on in the number 15.
Harrison really impressing against France.
Better pressure from the Australians.
In their sole group victory, the team that currently stand to benefit from Japan's performance tonight. And once again, Japan unlocking the Australian defence with relative ease. That's CMI, and that's try number 2.
Well, that's the danger, isn't it, when you try and tighten up the defence at one end, which they need to do to try and force the turnover, that you are certainly going to free up players down the court offensively. Australia have got no choice now. They need to force that turnover. Those inbound passes, they need to apply the pressure. Need to get in the face of the receiver. Still see just adjustments being made from Bat. He just seems to have had a few difficulties tonight in terms of that belt, that strap.
There's a flatness to the match at the moment, and it's something that the Australians need to try and remedy. They need to find that spark, that fizz, because while they trail 41, make that 42 to 44, there's still 7.5 minutes left. There's still that big magic moment, the turnover that can be delivered by that man, as he did against France in their last pool game.
Well, their best opportunity of turning things around is making sure that Japan have ball in hand and then challenging. Scoring for the Australians at the moment is the easy bit. They need to get in here defensively. This is better, but again, drawing the defence across, opening up the other side of the court. Oh, good defence now. That is much better, but great vision from 21-year-old, from number 21, Ike Yukinobu.
Well, having had a bit of a timeout, Ikazaki is back on the court, and probably a face that Australia don't want to see, because he's contributed 18 tries. He's doing all he can to thwart that man Riley Bat. More scores for him. So busy, so competitive. Ike in possession.
It's better from Australia though, almost forcing that turnover. Oh, great collision, but manages to get the pass off.
Well, Ikazaki has been scoring freely all night. He's going to score again when Ike finds him. But the thing that has stood out is there's been a number of times in centre court where he's been set upon by 2 Australian defenders and he hasn't lost his composure. He's found the pass, and he's found it accurately as well.
Well, they're going to force the turnover. It's got to be the initial contact needs to be hard, and then you've got to have that second tier, or that second wave of players then coming in and surrounding. This is better. The Japanese, great example of it right there from Japan, and they do force the turnover.
Well, this is huge at this late stage in the match. Ike is going to compound that turnover with a potentially Paralympic competition defining try.
Oh, it's funny, we talked about the fact that this is what the Australians need to do. Hard contact initially, then you have your second defender coming in. But it was the Japanese who did it on the great Riley Bat. Are we seeing the changing of the guard? Riley Bat going to hand that baton over to Ikazaki and say, well, I've been the best player in the world for maybe the last 10 years. You might be the best player for the next generation.
Well, there's a few players who've been putting their hand up for that mantle all throughout this Paralympic preliminary stage. Group A, Group B, we've seen some stunning individual performances. But what we have learned is it is the team performances that lead to victories. It's the complete performances, it's the telepathic performances where you're using every bit of weaponry available to you on the court. And the days of being reliant on just one key player may well be numbered.
I think too, Japan have changed the game here in terms of the way they set up their structure, and another massive moment in the game. The Japanese bench just up, they've got their mojo, they've got momentum.
Well, how huge was that from Hasegawa, Yuki Hasegawa, a 0.5 classification player on Paralympic debut against the great Chris Bond. Boom! Welcome to downtown Tokyo.
Yep, another little konnichiwa there. Irashimasu, he says welcome in Japanese. Tell you what, both teams have been polite at times, haven't they, with their welcomes?
They've been pretty robust at times, I'll give you that. And this now, well, is Japan's to lose.
Well, Japan, to be fair, they have just dominated Australia, haven't they, really? We've sort of been waiting for Australia to come alive. It just hasn't happened. Japan haven't allowed them to. They've just got the balance of their team so right, the Japanese. They know their roles, and you know that they're always going to be structured. It's a society that, you know, bases itself on being structured on sort of a hierarchy, understanding your role.
Well, a pause from all the teams.
So, just under 5 minutes remain for Australia to try and see if they can salvage something out of this game. Still a little bit of confusion over what it will mean for Australia if, in fact, they do lose this game, because it is a mathematical nightmare with both Denmark and France all having had wins, and the French beating Denmark this morning, so we will update you.
Ikazaki, irrespective of those mathematics, is going to continue to contribute to the Japanese scoreline. They're one away from a half century.
It's almost too little too late now for the Australians, isn't it? Combination that's been so good, that's seen them go through to 2 Paralympic gold medals in Bond and Bat. Been simply outgunned, outclassed tonight.
So Norimatsu. Wow, been turned over, and maybe just, there is another chapter in this dramatic tale that's being told late into the Tokyo night here at the Yoyogi.
Well, they just don't have time on their side, do they? But anything to do with Australian sport, you just never rule them out. They're a nation who just know how to win. They know how to get the job done. Country of under 30 million, simply remarkable what they do across so many sports, so many different disciplines. They expect to win.
Well, Ikazaki continues to rack up the tries. What a performance from him. 37 coming in to the match this evening. That's number 21.
So, 46. Needs to get play back underway.
So, oh, Chris Bond, telescopic in reaching to capture that ball. We see him charge down to reduce arrears to 3 points, and in honesty, with the complications over the mathematics surrounding qualification, this points difference between Australia and Japan probably won't come to be critical, because it comes down to the head-to-heads among the nations that are on the same points. That's France, that's Denmark, and that's Australia. They go into a complex round robin that you need.
And they've all beaten each other.
They've all beaten each other, and you need a PhD.
France has beaten Denmark. Denmark's beaten Australia. Australia have beaten France. So we will have to wait and see how it all does play out. We are trying to get some clarification on it. We are getting mixed messages. So we will confirm that once we know.
In the meantime, Chris Bond doing all he can to take those mathematics out of the equation. 3 minutes, 22 seconds remaining. Japan leading by 4. A huge obstacle for the Australians to overcome.
Whatever the outcome in regards to who ends up in those semi-finals, I think you have definitely seen the changing of the guard. Now, that's yet to be determined whether it ultimately ends up being Japan or potentially the United States, Great Britain. Australia just certainly look out of sorts. It looked like the team that we saw 5 years ago in Rio, 4 years prior to that in London. Cannot deny the commitment of this man.
And you know, whatever happens as well, let's not deny the impact that Australia have had on the game as a whole. You got Riley Batt, a co-flag bearer for Australia. The way that this sport has evolved since the test event in 1996 in Atlanta, it goes to 2000, there's medals on the line, and it's great players who elevate the game of every other nation in the world.
Well, exactly. The reason why Japan have had to become so structured, so organised, to go out there and say, look, we'll get Kevin Orr and we'll point a coach outside of Japan, somebody who's done a lot with Canada in the past, is because of the standard that Australia have set, because of how good they have been. How do you beat them? Well, we're going to need to use every little bit of knowledge, whether that be internally or externally. And so the legacy of this Australian team, ironically, is actually the Japanese and the other nations that are now stepping up.
Well, Japan continue to rack up the points as we zero in on the closing moments.
Well, you sort of sense Australia here have just waved the white flag, haven't they? And they've sort of thrown the towel in. Chance now maybe to give their bench players a little bit of a run, an opportunity to get them some valuable court time. But you've got to say, Japan have been simply magnificent. hasn't been complicated from the Japanese. They've just made it look easy, just so busy. And that combination of Ikazaki and Ike has been superb. So we do see Josh Hose on, 34 years of age. It's his third Para Games. Already got 2 gold medals to his name. As we have a look at Kevin Orr, Japanese coach. He'll be thrilled with what he's seen from his charges.
He knows this is significant in the psychology of their attack on the medals here in Tokyo. To beat the reigning gold medalists, to beat them again as well in a big competition. We mentioned how Japan captured the World Championship gold from Australia in their backyard in Sydney. Oh, look, Ike still on. Ike still just marshalling everything that's good about Japanese wheelchair rugby. Timely hit from Riley Bat. Manages to disrupt Shimikawa enough to see the ball bobble out of play to the very end.
I think the thing that's been most impressive about the Japanese is they knew coming into this game they'd already qualified. And so it's really easy in that situation to maybe sort of say, look, we'll roll out some of our wider squad, or we can sort of back off a little bit. They haven't. They haven't. Because as you said, you win these tournaments by continued momentum. 5 points the margin. That is a little bit of a thrashing at the highest level in this sport.
So, just over 90 seconds remaining, and it is going to be the world champions who are going to come out on top over the reigning gold medalist Australia. Whether they will return in the medal contention, that is yet to be explored through the complex permutations of the head-to-heads with Australia, France and Denmark finishing on level points. One thing they can be sure of, though, is that the bragging rights are going to be going to Japan tonight in the Yogi.
And games to still come. We've got Great Britain taking on the United States, which should be an absolute cracker. New Zealand, Canada. But this performance from the Japanese, the other teams will note this. This is a big, they've done a lot of psychological damage, the Japanese tonight, to some of those other big countries like the United States, and those countries that have come here with the reputations. You cannot ignore this Japanese performance if you are in the other groups or if you are still within the same group.
Nobody is going to want to face Japan in the next round. The semi-finals. Goodness me, so much on the line.
Shimikawa, he's just been simply superb, hasn't he? Boy, what a busy player. Just
well,
the fitness levels too, though, and he's got himself a little bit, can we use that word, the dog box? I think you sort of get yourself into the penalty box.
Well, he's demonstrated plenty of mongrel out there, so he'll have loads of time to chill out now, though.
Yep.
In the penalty box. Lees tries to block his progression, but Shimikawa will take the inbound. We're running out of seconds here for the miracle Australian comeback, which won't come to pass. Shimikawa, the man who has been utterly excellent, will take the possession for these final 10 seconds. He's dispossessed by Riley Bat. Riley Bat stolen his rock. Oh, he almost does so well to keep the ball in bounds.
Well, I think he did incredibly well to keep the tables in bound. Those tables right there. Great athleticism from the great man.
And that is that on a very important night for Japanese wheelchair rugby. They close out Group A, undefeated, 3 wins from 3. Not Denmark, not France, not Japan, not Australia have been able to match the might of Japan as they progress through to the semi-finals. The final score, Japan 57, Australia 53.
Great camaraderie. Great to see.
So, Kevin Orr, that is mission accomplished for him in terms of the preliminary stages, and we see the Japanese wheelchair rugby players warmly embrace the other members of their Paralympic staff, the volunteers in the yoyogi, and now this is a moment because they're turning to the school children in the stand. And the great old warrior Shimakawa, he's been on a journey with this team. His 5th Paralympics, he's had a 7th, a 7th, a 4th. He found himself a bronze in Rio. But after that performance, and with that man, Ike, captaining, you have to say they are going to be seeking more. That's confirmation that Australia will indeed progress to the semi-finals. The complications of the mathematics surrounding the head-to-heads with Group A being so fiercely contested seem to have been resolved. And Australia, well, they wouldn't have possibly imagined going into the semi-finals with 2 losses, but it matters not. They're still alive, there's still hope, and they will meet either Great Britain or USA in that semi-final.
Certainly got a lot of thinking to do though, haven't they, collectively, individually. But all great dynasties do at some point come to an end. Not necessarily over for the Australians, but boy, they've got a mountain to climb.
Shea Graham will be going to a semi-final. Riley Batt knows his team need to improve, with either GB or the USA lying in wait on the other side of the draw. There are the match stats. Steals. That's the category to really focus on. 4 for the Japanese. Turnovers were few and far between. It was Japan who forced the issue. It was Japan who got those 4 steals. And it was Japan who defeated Australia by 4 points, 57 to 53. And that probably tells a tale. Riley Batt with a massive 30 tries. Chris Bond chipping in with a healthy 16. But beyond that, not so much contribution, whereas Japan, they spread the scoring around. Shimakawa, Ike, 14 and 12 respectively, but being led by Ike Zaki, top of the charts.
But I think also too, those top scoring players for the Japanese, if we could have a look at some of the defensive statistics, they would be heavily involved at the other end of the court as well. And I think that was probably also the difference for the Japanese.
So here are the final standings of the pool. It's Japan and Australia, the 1-2. Japan undefeated, unequivocally heading through, but Australia by an absolute whisker away from France and Denmark, who can hold their heads high for Europe with a win apiece, just like the Australians. Group A in the mixed wheelchair rugby has been battled out on day 3 at the Yoyogi National Stadium. Denmark and France, Japan and Australia all vying for a semi-final berth and to put themselves into medal contention. But it is Japan and Australia after the most dramatic of days. France defeating Denmark in the first match of the session, but their points difference just was not quite enough. And it meant that despite the Japanese making a statement of intent on the gold medal to the rest of the competition with a handsome victory over the Australians, 57 points to 53, it is Japan and Australia who march on to the semi-finals and still may well yet leave with a medal round their neck. That's it from the Yoyogi National Stadium.